lost my mouse. There we are. Sorry, guys. A couple things I wasn't quite ready yet. So I was just over at a live stream on Beck from Oz's channel with Growler and Beck. And Anthony Dickinson was in the chat and kind of made a point, or kind of like was making a statement in the chat about the mark of the beast, and there was some comments there that I want to talk about. And this is a problem that I've been seeing for a long time, and I can't call it a problem. This is a blindness that I've been seeing for a long time. To think that we know what the scriptures say, but we ignore the words. We ignore things like dragons. We ignore things like fire coming down from the sky. See, the second beast, we're going to talk about that. That's basically what I'm going to be talking about. I suppose you could... Let's talk about the first beast really quick. Let me change something here. Okay. Do you see on your screen there? That is... Alright, I'm pausing the music, sorry. That is a scarlet-colored light that flies in the sky. It flies over your house. It flies over everyone's house. And a lot of people don't look up at it, don't know that it's even there. But for 20 years it's been there. It's been there on a schedule, as if it were one of the stars. Okay? Now, there's some people, and it's really not about, like, I'm really not trying to attack anyone or talk bad about anyone or anything. But there is false teaching happening. And there's, let me, actually, before I show you this, let me just play this video. This is a slow motion, 1/8 speed, oops. This is 1/8 speed. I filmed this with my Nikon P1000. That is the space station. Now, there's another thing, and Anthony Dickinson, if you're here, bro, you know that I love you, and you know that I'm not ripping on you, but I am going to use you for an example because of the statements you were making in the chat over there at Beck from Oz. And actually, you know what? I'm going to have to go. I'm going to... Oh, actually, I probably can't even see the chat yet over there. But I will have to say this. Anthony said, where's the kingdom? If he said he knows that the Jabiru is not the mark of the beast or something. And it's because he said, where's the kingdom? And I want to, let me think here. There's so many things I want to talk about right now. This could be like a somewhat of a long stream. I'm gonna bring you to the desktop, and we're gonna look at some things. Okay. First of all, let's go to Revelation 13 at Bible Hub. Because if we're talking about the second beast in Revelation 13, or if we're talking about the first beast in Revelation 13, there's specific things that are written that John described about these beasts. And these beasts are already in the world today. And I've been actually, since I think I made my first video about the dragon in May of 2017, I think. Or maybe May of 2016, I can't remember. And ever since then, there's been a man obviously prevailing against a lot of the saints. when he's making fire come down from the sky, because they just discount it and say it's fake. Nobody's able to do that. That's impossible. Well, that's the whole point in Revelation 13. The beast that makes fire come, that's why he makes fire come down from the sky. It actually says, let's just read this really quick. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. Okay, that's important. And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, the one that came up from the sea. But the one that came up from the sea, now keep in mind that the sea is not talking about the oceans on the earth. It's talking about the bottomless pit, because that's the same beast that came up from the bottomless pit. So when John saw it rising from the sea, he saw it rising from the waters above. So keep that in mind. It wasn't the oceans. And actually, if there's a good reason why people would think it's the oceans, because there's a horrible in the King James, there's I'll call it a very big mistake of like not that it's going to ruin someone's understanding or something, but it's a big mistake that they made. I could show it to you, but it'll take. You know what? I'll show it to you. Okay, right here. And I stood upon the sand of the sea. That does not belong in Revelation 13. That's part of Revelation 12. It's the last words spoken in Revelation 12, and it's talking about the dragon. It isn't talking about John, and I'm just going to show you that in the Greek, I mean. Okay, Revelation 13 verse 1 says, and I saw out of the sea a beast rising. Okay, it says nothing about the sand of the sea or anything. But if we go to the last verse in Revelation 12, look what it says at the end. Okay, it's talking about the dragon. And was angry the dragon with the woman, and went to make war with the rest of the children of her, keeping the commandments of God, and holding the testimony of Jesus. And he stood upon the sand of the sea. The dragon stood upon the sand of the sea. So the King James botched that translation there. But that's just a side note. But there's a reason why I wanted to bring that up, because John was not standing on the sand of the sea. He just saw a beast rising up from the sea, and it's the same beast all throughout this story, the same beast that came up from the bottomless pit. So the sea is talking about the bottomless pit when John said he saw it rising from the sea. Okay, let's go back to just the verses. So why is it important, this fire coming down from the sky? Let's keep reading. Verse 13 says, and he doeth, so this is the beast that came up from, or coming up out of the earth, that had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. So keep this in mind too. John's giving a visual description. 2 horns like a lamb. So somehow it had 2 horns. Don't change that to something else. Okay, that's important. But in verse 13 it says, and he doeth great wonders. Like landing rockets, guys. Okay? This is why, Anthony, if you're here, let me, I gotta check out the chat to make sure. Hi guys, welcome. Good to see all of you. I appreciate you coming here to hear me, or kind of to study with me. So he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire. We all know what fire is, right? Come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. So what does that mean? That means that this beast is going to do something that we would consider a great wonder. And it's going to make fire come down from the sky, and people are going to watch this happen. That's what this is saying. Come down from heaven on earth in the sight of men. So there will be men that are able to watch this supernatural, or, well, here's why I say supernatural, because the next verse. So he's going to do great wonders and make fire come down from the sky. Well, then it says he's going to use that, and it calls it a miracle. And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles, which he had power to do in the sight of the beast. Let me show you something. Let me show you something about reality. Okay? This is something that, first of all, Dragon returns to Earth. Oh, weird, huh? I just think it's a shame. It's a big shame that people like Sean Griffin and Wes Blaze, who are doing Uncommon Ground, and it's like a pretty good show, but they're blinded, completely blinded to this thing that I'm showing you right now. Okay, let's look at the Falcon 9. What's the Falcon 9? It's the first orbital class rocket capable of reflight. What that means is it's the first rocket to lift a payload into orbit and then come back down and not crash. Come back down and land softly so that it could be reused again. Let's see how many have they... Okay, they've landed 85 times. 85 times they've landed this rocket. Okay, so this is what the rocket looks like. And there, up here, there's like a satellite or something, or the Dragon capsule, which we'll look at in a minute. I'm just trying to give you a sense of reality here. This is reality. This is the time we live in. Whether you believe that this has anything to do with Revelation or not, it's not about an interpretation. What I'm doing right now is I'm making you a witness to something that maybe you haven't seen before. It's not really important that you witnessed it, but what I'm doing is you're making an observation with me rather than an interpretation. We don't need to interpret what John wrote. We need to listen to what John wrote, okay? So here's the rocket. I just want to show you something. Okay, so this is the first stage. This is the part. Now this is, I'll tell you what I believe. This is what John, specifically this rocket booster, is what John was describing with the second beast. And this is the only rocket booster that goes into space and then makes fire come down, and everybody on Earth thinks it's like a miracle. What's her name? Michelle Thaler. She explains it with her NASA science, whatever, and she says that you can't comprehend what's happening as this building size rocket. The rocket's like 200 and something feet tall. It is massive. Let me show you what we got here. Okay, so then there's a second stage. So let me point out something. There's two stages. This rocket has a first stage and a second stage. Okay, and it lifts this, sending humans and cargoes into space. Oh, look at that. So, Dragon, this is the Dragon capsule. Oh, look at that. It's shaped like a horn, you guys. That's something to be, to not ignore, is what I'm saying. And here's something that's sad. Here's something very sad. There's something that I know a lot of you fully understand. Enoch chapter 18 and 21, where Enoch is. Enoch's in the sky, in the place that we call space, and I'll show you that. He's at the end of heaven and earth, and he's in a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. This chapter 18. I'll just read a little bit of it here. Beyond these mountains is a region, the end of the great earth, where there the heavens were completed. So at the end of heaven and earth, that would be like probably pretty close to the firmament. You have earth, and actually this same chapter describes where earth is. Earth is where there's air. Once the air's gone, you're in a different realm. You're in the heavenly realm, or the celestial realm, or the spiritual realm. But on earth we have air to breathe, and that's part of the earth. And that's where Enoch was talking about, verses 1 through 5 here. He describes the foundations of the earth. He describes that, what are the foundations of the earth? Well, they happen to be the four winds. I'll just read this. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation and the firm foundations of the earth. So if there's pillars that the earth is sitting on or whatever, the pillars of the earth, what are the pillars of the earth? It's the air. It's the wind, the four winds, the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it. You guys know what I'm talking about, the air we breathe. You know how the astronauts, they always say, oh, this thin little atmosphere that we have, it's so delicate and all that. You know, they think it's like amazing that the earth is actually a place to live, like a planet, they think. They think it's some planet. Well, it's not a planet, and all the luminaries actually do a circle over the top of the earth, like on top of it, above it. They do a circle in the sky. All the stars do. And if we, I actually just made a video talking about what is the stars. Where, when we look up to the stars, what are we looking at? We are looking at God's the Creator and His angels. And there's a throne, and there's a crystal house girt with fire, and a rainbow around it, like an emerald. Like there's a lot of descriptions of this thing in the sky, and it happens to be the center, or I should say the axis of rotation of the sky. That is where God's house is, or whatever. That's in Enoch chapter 71. You can check that out. It says that all the angels, thousands of angels, they encircle his house. They encircle it. So that when we look up at the sky, what do we see? We see the stars doing a circle around Polaris. But there's 7 stars that don't do that. They disobey. So there's, out of all the stars in the sky, there's only 7 that don't do that circle around Polaris. They go on their own courses. Well, Enoch describes this. Okay, but first I'm going to read verse 4. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and the stars to their setting. And also, look at this. This is great. The winds stretch out the vaults of heaven and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. So the air is also the pillars of the heaven. It's the foundations of the earth. It's the pillars of the heaven. Okay, but so he goes to this other place, and where the heavens were completed, and he sees a deep abyss. Okay, so we don't really know where this is, but it's pretty clear in a moment here. I saw a deep abyss with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure, alike toward the height and towards the depth. Okay, let's do one more thing. I want to I'm like trying to include the reason why I understand these things a certain way. So, verse 11 in chapter 10 of Enoch. And the Lord said unto Michael, go bind Semyaza and his associates, who have united themselves with women, so as to have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones. Now, pay attention. Bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of their judgment and of their consummation. So they're going to be in 70 generations buried in the valleys of the earth. And then it says, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. Okay, so there's 2 judgments. After the one of 70 generations is consummated, then it says, in those days they shall be led off to where? The abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they shall be confined forever. Okay, fallen angels going to a prison after 70 generations of being buried in the earth. Okay, they're being led off to the abyss of fire. So we were just reading about the abyss of fire right here, where he says, and I saw a deep abyss with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall. Okay, so this is where Enoch is seeing this prison right now. Okay? And it says, verse 12 says, and beyond that abyss. So he's looking past the abyss or whatever. It says, I saw a place, so a place, which had no firmament of the heaven above. No, okay, so no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. So apparently the earth beneath it was moving, right? Because it wasn't firmly founded, but it was enough that he still mentioned the earth. There wasn't any firmly founded earth beneath it. So let's just say this. Would it be impossible for Enoch to just simply be in the firmament right now? Because where did God put the sun, moon, and stars? He put them in the firmament. The firmament. So this is where Enoch is in the firmament. And so now this is where Sean and Wes are false teaching. And I try to share this with Wes, and Wes is like, we just disagree. And I'm like, how can you disagree with something you've never even considered, something you just don't understand that it exists? You've never heard of it, you've never comprehended it, you've never contemplated it, you've never thought about it. How can you say you disagree? Well, it's because Wes and Sean, they say that somewhere beneath our feet in the ground here, in the earth, that there's the abyss. Maybe there is. I wouldn't say there isn't, because I think hell is in the heart of the earth or whatever. It's below us. But what is being revealed by Enoch here is that hell or whatever like would swallow up people. I think that's their body, their physical body. That's what I think, because hell is not a physical place. It is a spiritual place. It's for spirits, right? That's what it's for spirits. Anyway, so Enoch is in this place. There's no water upon it, no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars. Where are stars, guys? And remember, I was just talking about 7 planets that don't obey God. Like, they don't do the same thing as all the other stars do. Well, Enoch calls them great burning mountains here, which is another side note that reveals something about the beast. But, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, this place, so he's in a place still, and he's looking beyond this abyss, and he sees this place. It's a place. The angel said, this place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. So, and then he explains, the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years. So there's 7 stars that are bound. And I want to show you 2 things really quick to verify what I'm talking about. In chapter 21, these are in heaven. These are in the sky. And there's no disputing it. There's no there's no disagreeing with it. It's just what Enoch said. You can either choose to believe it or you can choose to not believe it. I don't really care. But, so, he says, in verse 3 here, and there I saw 7 stars of the heaven. So where were the stars? Stars of the underneath the earth? No, that's not what it said. Stars of the heaven. So stars of the Shamayim, the sky. Bound together in it. So they're bound together in heaven. And then he calls them mountains, burning with fire. Okay, so then the last verse in this chapter, verse 10, and he said unto me, this place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be in prison forever. So that's just simply backing up what Enoch chapter 10 said that I just showed you about them being led off to the abyss of fire. So we just looked at that. We just saw the abyss of fire. Enoch looked beyond it, and he saw a prison. And he saw 7 stars imprisoned in that prison. Well, Jude wrote about that in the Bible. Jude, verse 13, he was quoting Enoch, but Jude wrote, raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. Okay, now it's time to talk about the kingdom. A lot of people don't connect this, okay? What did God say to Ezekiel? What we're going to do is we're going to look up these verses so we can read them. I'm not just going to quote them. I want us all looking at them because I want you guys to understand this. Anthony Dickinson, I don't want you to be deceived by what Sean and Wes are saying. And don't get me wrong, guys. I love Sean and Wes, and I love their show. I love watching it. I love listening to it. I watch every show. I think what they're doing is great. Now, just because someone says something that's false, it doesn't mean they're trying to. Okay? Now, the way I see it, the house of Israel is a rebellious house, and they don't want to hear what the Lord has to reveal. Okay? They don't want to hear it. They've got their own things going. They've got their own story going already. I'm not talking about just Sean and Wes. I'm saying the house of Israel. They're too busy to hear what the prophets wrote. What the prophets of God. Who cares what they say? No. That's not how it works. Okay, that's kind of what I see all over the place. But let's look at where was I just gonna go? Okay, we're talking about the kingdom. Ezekiel 36 or 37 maybe. We'll find it. God said he's going to take someone from among the heathens and do something with them. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Let's look at it. I don't know if it's this chapter or 37. Let's see. I'm just skimming here a little bit. A little bit of their shame. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. And I'll start in verse 11. I don't know if it's right here, but I'll just start reading a little bit. There's an inheritance that's spoken of many times in the Bible. Okay. And I will multiply upon you man and beast, and they shall increase and bring fruit, and I will settle you after your old estates, and will do better unto you than your beginnings, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. Okay, that's not the one I was trying to read. Right here, verse 24, I found it. Okay. For I will take you from among the heathen, and gather you out of all countries. Okay, I want you guys to consider something. Why does Beck and Growler live in Australia? I live in Minnesota, United States. Why would I be such good friends and such a close acquaintance with Growler and Beck? There's one reason. Well, there's two, but there's one. It's because there's a group of people in the world right now that have found themselves knowing each other because of one miracle that was performed. And here's okay. Now when I'm using Sean and Wes for an example, it's because those guys are really bold and they're really they will not consider anything that anybody's saying. They don't care what anybody else is saying. And here's an example. I ask Wes a question, did you get what I was trying to, in a comment or whatever, did you get what I was trying to say about the planets? And he's like, the comment he sends back, it's not an answer. It's a link to a video that I've already watched that I disagree with some things in the video. What? You don't need to send me a link, Wes. The link that doesn't do any good. Because I actually was asking you a question because there's something that you don't comprehend. and I want you to comprehend it because it's not my story. When I understood it, I was like, whoa, is this real? Is this even possible? Because of the mystery that comes with it that is revealed. And that's why that's why I say space is the bottomless pit. Okay? There's many reasons why. And that's why I say the space station is the beast in Revelation 13 verses 1 through 2 or whatever. The beast that gets its power from the dragon. Yeah, this dragon right here. Oh, look at that. 7 passengers even. Remember the beast had 7 heads and something like that? Anyway, the Dragon spacecraft is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. It's, okay. Look at what it says. It's the, it is the only spacecraft currently flying that is capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth, and it is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the space station. Okay? So what is, let me just show you a contract. Commercial resupply services. The Bible isn't dumb. The Bible foretold all of this. And no one would be able to understand it until it has come to pass, like it manifested and we're looking at it, okay? So this video, what I would say is this video is for you to make an observation along with me. I don't have to make a statement like, this is the beast. I mean, I don't have to. The things that John said about the beast really are the same things that we would say about this. So there's a dragon, and it has a contract. The SpaceX Dragon is contracted to deliver cargo and supplies to the International Space Station. Okay? This is the first contract or whatever, and then they've done this for a long time now. So when a dragon flies into heaven, it just reminds me of when John said he saw a dragon flying in heaven. And people will say, well, that was the dragon Satan. I'm like, yep. John said that the dragon was Satan. So take it a little more seriously when it comes to the word dragon. And the only dragon, since John wrote the book, the only dragon that's been up in the sky is this dragon. 2,000 years went by and there was no dragon up in the sky, and now there is. And like Beck was saying, if you are a person like I'm going to use myself, and then I'm going to use Wes. Like, I love Wes. He's a good guy. I'm going to use Wes as an example, or I could use Anthony Dickinson for this specific example, and myself, okay? I've been shown something from the Lord in His Word. It's written on the pages of your Bible so that I can say it and I don't have to add anything to it. I can just show you, oh, see, that's written right on the page of your Bible, that this beast makes fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. Okay, the only time that something has ever left the earth and then came back into the earth and made itself slow down so it could land was just started in 2015. So when there's a literal fire coming down from the sky, and the flat earthers or the biblical cosmology people, most of them think it's fake. And shout out Globebusters. Bob on yesterday was talking about, he was actually kind of saying, well, I was wrong about something, and like that takes a lot of, it just takes a lot to do that. It's very humbling and like not easy to say, well, I was wrong about that specific thing, and I have to take my statements back. I was wrong. Okay, so Bob's saying that, and I got the idea by what Bob was saying, that Bob's starting to understand that that free fall or zero gravity or a state of free fall that is experienced on all these space missions there could be a reality to that, and we may have been overlooking it. Okay, now I'm not trying to put any words in Bob's mouth, but that was the idea that I got. Bob might be able to consider what I've been saying about low Earth orbit and actually space in general. Anything that ever thank you, Davey313. I will look at the question. Almost all ancient civilizations talk about the dragon in the sky. Yeah, of course. Now, is that the question? Or what was the question? Oh, what about the 923-27? Yeah, the dragon constellation. I don't think there was a dragon constellation. In the Bible, it was talking about a woman clothed with the sun, and then there was a dragon waiting to devour her child. And it was a wonder that he saw in heaven. So it could have been a constellation, but I think that it's the dragon that's up there, flying up there. There's one up there right now. Now, only God's chosen pass through the firmament. That's not true, plains and seas. In the Bible, this is another topic that Sean and Wes are not aware of, and they should be. In the Bible, in the book of Revelation, in the book of Daniel, in the book of Ezekiel, those are the only ones I can think of specifically right off the top of my head. But did you know that men actually specifically go into the firmament and tread the holy city, New Jerusalem, underfoot? Did you guys know that? Because that's what happens. Revelation 11, Daniel 8, and Ezekiel 8. Ezekiel goes up there to visions of God in Jerusalem, and he's up in the sky. It says he was taken between the heaven and the earth, the same place that Enoch was, the same place that it's the firmament, okay? Where's New Jerusalem come down from? Let's go to Revelation really quick, for chapter 3. I just want to go over what Jesus said to us that we can know. He said, "Behold, I come quickly. Hold that fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God." So he's talking about the temple of God. "And he shall go no more out, and I will write upon him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, which is New Jerusalem, which cometh down out of heaven from my God. And I will write upon him my new name." That's the kingdom, Anthony. If you catch this or whatever, Anthony Dickinson, that's the kingdom. Okay? And it says, "Which cometh down out of heaven from my God, and I will write upon him my new name. He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches." Let him hear. Let's all try to hear this. So there's the new. I don't think there's any argument. I think most people probably agree on this, that the New Jerusalem is somewhere up in the sky, and at some point in time, it comes. God brings it down. It comes down out of heaven from God. And so that's not the only place it's mentioned, but that's one really clear place where Jesus said that. So let's look at, I want to just back up what I'm saying. So here's one of the places where men go into the firmament, okay? So the temple of God is in the sky, okay? I know that we're the temple of the Holy Spirit, but you have to separate these two things, because in the Bible, God's throne is in the sky. He sits above the circle of the earth. Okay, his abode, his dominion, his place where he is up in the sky. And he happens to inhabit that darkness too. Psalm 18 says, he bowed the heavens and came down, and darkness was under his feet. he did fly. I can't remember the exact verse, but he flew upon the wings of the wind. Okay? And then it says, his pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. So there's no disputing that God's throne, his temple, his sanctuary, his tabernacle is up in the sky. Okay? Now that's something that a lot of people have a hard time with that. And they want to argue, no, I am the temple of God. Okay, well, if you can choose that to be that, but you're just not believing what the Bible says. God's in the sky, okay? Where did Jesus ascend to? Did he ascend to an imaginary place, or did he ascend up into the clouds in the sky, like the clouds that we look up and see? He ascended into the clouds. It's simple. Either you believe it or you don't. That's up to you. But here it says, he says, and there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise, and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. Look at this, guys. And the holy city, New Jerusalem, the holy city shall they tread under foot 42 months. So that's going into the firmament right there. New Jerusalem, tread underfoot, okay? Enoch chapter 56. Let's look at that one. Whoops. I don't know where I'm going here. Okay, Enoch says the exact same thing, even clearer. Okay, he's talking about the angels returning. Verse 6 says, And they shall go up and tread underfoot the land of his elect ones. That would be New Jerusalem. And the land of his elect ones shall be before them a threshing floor and a highway. A threshing floor and a highway, guys. Total launches 30, visits to the ISS, reflown missions. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, 7 landings. Okay, do you guys see this fire? That's fire. If you can actually come up with see, this is not an interpretation, you guys. This is an observation of reality. When they land a booster and people in Florida, all over in Florida, probably 1 million people can hear it and see it. Everybody at the beach, they're all watching it, filming it, whatever. It's like the most ignorant truther statement is that rockets landing is fake. I'm sorry. It's one of the things that I would say, man, it sure seems impossible. But at the same time, I also know that there's going to be, in Revelation, there's going to be a beast making fire come down from the sky, and it's going to be like a impossible thing, but it's going to be real because it's a satanic miracle being performed in the sight of the beast. So when you see a rocket landing, one of these boosters landing, let me see if I can get a video of it. Actually, there's probably one right on here. Let's see if we can find... I think if I scroll down, I think they have some Falcon 9 in flight. Let's see a landing. Oh, look at that. A beast coming up out of the earth, guys. Oh, look, there's a dragon on top of it. It's got two stages. It's kind of horn-shaped, you know. What I'm getting at is... Yeah. How can people ignore this? So then the reason why that I had to do this, or why I wanted to do this, is because there's people that don't even realize a miracle's been performed. And I said this to Beck in her chat. I don't know if you saw it, but Jesus has performed a miracle worldwide in the last 5 years or so. One of the most amazing miracles, healing probably millions of blind people and giving them sight, giving them eyes to see. And a lot of these people that have eyes to see, and they see this thing that he showed them, they know he showed them, and they don't deny that, but they don't think it's any big deal. They're like, yeah, it's just a truth. It's just a truth. But what they don't realize is that it's the gospel of the kingdom of God being preached unto all nations as a witness, and then shall the end come. That was a quote that Jesus said 2,000 years ago. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached unto all nations as a witness, and then shall the end come. Now, it's also prophesied that flat earth would be, some people don't like flat earth, so I'm saying biblical earth. How's that? Biblical creation. The 6-day creation. Well, Isaiah prophesied of it being preached before the end. Former things. And it would be people in the world that would be preaching it. So anyway, talking about the kingdom. Okay, so there was one more. I was going to show you Daniel, where he said they will the sanctuary will be trodden underfoot. That's what it said in Daniel 8. And then the sanctuary will be cleansed after 2,300 days or something like that. Then the sanctuary will be cleansed. Okay. Let's go back to Enoch 56. Okay. So, remember how I was saying that the beast coming up from the bottomless pit, that it's actually just like it's a space station in space? Gabby L says, so what's this last 5 years revelation? That the earth was created by the word of God being spoken. Jesus spoke the words, like, let there be light, and there was light. And it was a 6-day creation, and he rested on the 7th day. And that's literally how the world was made. And we grew up in a world that turned away from that idea and thought they were on a globe. Well, a lot of people still think they're on a globe. Gabrielle says that blind people saw, but no big deal. Okay, let me try to... I'm not trying to be vague. I'm sorry if I am. Okay. 5 years ago, people started talking about flat Earth, saying that the Earth is flat. It's not a globe. And where this came from, nobody knows, right? But we do know, because it's actually part of the 6-day creation. He created the heavens and the earth, and there's waters above, and he divided the waters above from the waters underneath, or whatever. And the way that creation happens all throughout the Bible, it says many times that it doesn't move. It's stationary. It's still established that it be not moved. Okay, the earth does not rotate in the Bible at all. And there's actually prophecy about mountains and hills being made low and valleys being filled up, and that being the glory of God being revealed. The glory of the Lord being revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, or something like that. That's in Isaiah 40. A new heaven and a new earth. So, the kingdom. Let me think of where I'm going to go. First, we're going to go to 2nd Baruch. Whoops. And I think it's like chapter 51, but we'll find it. So we're going to get an idea about what the promised land is. Remember when we were in Ezekiel? Sorry, I never finished that. Sorry, guys. We'll go back there right now. For I will take you from among the heathen and gather you out of all countries, and will bring you into your own land. Let's just think about this. So he said he's going to take and gather us, or someone, maybe I shouldn't say us. he said, he's talking to the house of Israel. And he says, let me just read this. Therefore say unto the house of Israel, he's telling Ezekiel to say this to them. Thus saith the Lord God, I do not this for your sakes, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which ye have profaned among the heathen, whither ye went. And I will sanctify my great name, which was profaned among the heathen. And we're not talking about a pile of letters. We're talking about the name of God that can't even be heard by someone that's dwelling in the flesh. So whether you say it's Yahweh or whatever, whatever language or whatever time you want to speak, that's up to you. But the name of God is not like a pile of letters. It like we spell our names with letters. That's not what this is talking about. But he says, which ye have profaned in the midst of them, and the heathen shall know that I am the Lord, saith the Lord God, when I shall be sanctified in you before their eyes. For I will take you from among the heathen, and gather you out of all countries, and will bring you into your own land. So, is flat earth land? Or biblical earth? Is that land? Yeah, it's talking about land. And is there a group of people in this world called the flat earthers, or whatever you want to call it? Like, there's too many. Enclosed cosmology or biblical earth, whatever. Just keep in mind that some of these verses are talking about the promised land, okay, and an inheritance. Let me go to Hebrews 11 really quick. It makes me type it out sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. Abraham was searching for a city that had foundations, and whose builder and maker was God. Okay, even in Abraham's time, there was a secret being kept from mankind. And I believe that the Apostle Paul is the first person to have that secret revealed to him up in heaven when he went up to heaven. I like that too, Tiger Bear. True Earth. That's a good one. I like True Earth. That's a good one. Hebrews 11, verse 8. By faith, Abraham, when he was called to go out into a place which he should after receive for an inheritance, obeyed, and he went out not knowing whither he went. So he went out blinded on faith, saying, okay, I'm going to step out, do whatever. Here, I'll just keep reading. By faith he sojourned in the land of promise, the promised land, guys, as in a strange country, dwelling in tabernacles with Isaac and Jacob, the heirs with him of the same promise. For he looked for a city which hath foundations, whose builder and maker is God. Okay, I love that verse. That's a good one. Okay, so Ezekiel was one of the places. Now back to 56. When they go into orbit, when a rocket launches, you notice how it doesn't go straight up. It does for a second, but then it goes sideways. And that is how you go to space. There's only a very specific way to get to this magic space place. And it's to be going sideways at what they call orbital velocity. Or like 17,000 miles an hour. It's very fast. And faster, or depending on the height of the orbit. See, now they think they're going around a sphere, but they're clearly not. They're just doing circles in the sky. And when they're up there, they're in a celestial place. They think they can apply physics to this place. It's not a physical place. So put your physics away and realize that they're floating in the space station. There's no forces acting upon them in the space station. Whether you believe it's real or not. What I'm saying is they're in a state of free fall perpetually, just like the apocalypse of Abraham talks about. So we got 2nd Baruch we're going to look at, The apocalypse of Abraham. Where's that? Okay. Because, see, these things are mentioned, and like, I thought that Sean and Wes would, like, notice this stuff, too. But, because they know these books, they've read them. I just don't get why they can't, like, the words are in here. Let's just look at this really quick. We're way down in, like, chapter 28, 29, somewhere in there. Talking about ceaseless soaring in the air of the underworld. Where is that? I can't remember which chapter it is, but I do want to show you guys all these scriptures because now people think I'm crazy, but where did flat earth come from? What cords? Theodore Daniel, no. You never saw them hanging by cords. You saw what, and I agree with you, looks to be like the one guy grabbing the other guy's harness or something. It was weird. But that, let me just be clear. Are the astronauts human beings? Because if they are, then they are not in on it. The only way the astronauts are in on it is if they are evil, fallen angels taking the form of astronauts. And I don't know the answer, but I believe what Paul said to the Ephesians. We're not struggling against flesh and blood, but against cosmic powers of evil in the heavenly realm, in the sky, angels in the sky. Evil angels in the sky. But spiritual wickedness in high places. And that's what that literally says in the Greek. It says cosmic powers of evil in the heavenly realm. Not on the earth, in the heavenly realm. Okay, there's a big difference there. Okay, where is this? Oh, here it is. Chapter 31, verse 3. Mockery over to the scorn of the coming age, because I have prepared them to be food for the fire of Hades, and to be ceaseless soaring in the air of the underworld regions of the uttermost depths, to be the contents of a wormy belly. I just want you to understand that space, the place they call space, is bottomless. Even NASA says so. It's an abyss. Actually, we're going to take just a moment break while I grab a video where the astronauts are talking about it being a bottomless pit. And I haven't prepared any videos or anything, so I'll have to find this stuff. Yeah. Oh, you guys, I got to show you something. Oh, that's not the right video. I'm going to show you this morning. There was some dense fog here. And at like probably 6 in the morning or something, it was still dark out. And I'm like, what? Why is it dark still? And so I looked at my phone and I saw that there was fog. So I sent my drone up. I sent my DJI up and got some pretty wicked cool footage of the sun shining on the top of all the fog. It was like red and it was really cool. I'll maybe show that to you before we're done here. So let me, there's another one too. Oh yeah. Do you guys ever think about what Neil deGrasse Tyson says? Here's how fast orbital velocity is. Oh, wait, gotta get the sound on. Sorry. That's fast. That's how fast it is. Okay. It's no joke. But let me grab a video from this folder. And it's called What the Hell? What the hell? There's a reason why it's called What the Hell. Here, check this out, and then I'll be right back with some Second Baruch talking about the true Earth. We're gonna go with Tiger Bear's phraseology. True Earth. Second Baruch. Okay, coming right up after this video.
The weird part about it is space is so incredibly black, so incredibly dark. It's a bottomless pit of deep black, almost so deep it almost has a texture when you look at it.
Wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever.
Notice that. Wandering stars, they're reserved in the blackness of darkness forever. Okay. That's called space, guys. And yes, it's in the firmament because that's where God placed the sun, moon, and stars. He set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth and to be for signs and seasons and days and years. It's in Genesis. I didn't make it up. Okay, second Baruch. And actually, we'll play a little bit more of this video because that was only 17 seconds. I kind of ripped you off on that. Here we go.
Whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. The blackness of darkness forever. Well, I believe he's clearly talking about hell. Because in the Bible, there's a place where there's darkness forever. And it's called hell in the lake of fire.
When you come in from a spacewalk, you're surrounded by the emptiness of space. It's sort of like the opposite of air. There's nothing there at all. When you quickly repressurize the hatch and you open up the hatch and you smell, what is that lingering smell from a place that used to be exposed to space? The smell in there is a little bit like that trace of a smell of gunpowder or burnt steak or sort of like brimstone, like a witch has just been there. Brimstone.
Chris Hatfield, you weirdo. Like a witch has just been there? Why? You got a thing for witches, Chris? What's up with that? You weirdo. Anyway, let me show you guys something. Don't leave. Stick around for this and try to understand what I'm trying to show you. This is the stuff that I should probably come on here and talk about more, but I'm just, I don't know what the right word is. When you're ignored, or when the thing you're pointing out is ignored like with purpose, like someone wants to ignore it, I don't know why, but I'm gonna keep saying it. I've kept saying it for years because God showed it to me and he told me I have to say it, so it's not my idea. And the best part about it is that I don't have to make a claim because it's the holy prophets that wrote these books that made the claim. I'm just reading it and sharing with what I'm reading, what we're reading together. So this is Second Baruch here, chapter 51, and I want this is where Anthony Dickinson was talking in that chat. The subject was this jabby thing couldn't be the mark of the beast because the kingdom isn't here or something like that. Well, sorry, Anthony, but you need to wake up. The kingdom is here. And I'm not talking about the millennium or something like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, remember what Jesus said? That the holy city, New Jerusalem, will come down out of heaven from God. Well, where did true earth come from? Why is it that I lived my life for 40 years, whatever, 38 years, and there was never a such thing as a debate about flat earth? And then now, if you type in flat earth debate into Google, you're going to get like a million things right away, a million websites or whatever, like debates. People are constantly debating it, nonstop. I could find you a debate on YouTube right now if I wanted to. A live one, probably. Okay? What I'm saying is a new topic came to our earth, and it happens to be a belief, a matter of faith, something that you believe. Now, some people say, well, you don't have to believe it because you can prove it. Well, that's true. You can. But I don't think you're going to be able to see anything to prove it unless you believe it. Because it is supernatural to see this. This is that, and that's Gabby in the chat. That's why I was saying healed the blind. I couldn't see for 37 years of my life, and then now for the last 7, I guess, since I'm getting old, it feels like. Yeah, 40. I'm 44. Wow. The last 7 have been completely different. I can see everything way differently. I comprehend things that there was no such thing as before. And I can see clearly some of these topics of debate. So anyway, let's talk about this. If I said that flat Earth, and I'm just gonna call it that, or true Earth, or whatever. I should probably just stick to flat Earth, because I know it triggers people, but I don't really care. I think that's probably why Jesus said that they'll beat you in the synagogues, and you'll have a testimony against them, because you're gonna bear witness because you've been with me from the beginning. This is what Jesus told us. This John 15. So when the Spirit is come, he will reprove the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment. Then he says, of sin, because they believe not on me. So, I don't think that, a lot of people don't grasp that this is the story. We've found ourselves in a generation that didn't believe in him. And I'm talking about all the people that believe in him, that go to church, that love Jesus. We didn't believe in him. We believed in, we might believe in him, but we don't believe who he is, or what he is, or what he made, or what he said. Okay? When he said, let there be light, oh, it must be a big bang. Okay? It's not a big bang. It's something supernatural for matter to be created. You know, you can't create or destroy matter. Do you know that? Nobody's ever created matter. No one's ever destroyed it. Well, I guess they've destroyed it, but they've never made it disappear. We can make it into teeny little particles, but we can't make it disappear. We don't know. That's a miracle. That's a supernatural event. Creation was a supernatural event. And it was spoken into existence. It was let there be light, and there was light. It was like as the word went forth, it was declared, it manifested. Now, that's something supernatural. Science can't explain that and never will. So that's one of the problems about science. Science claims to have answers, yet science, there's nowhere to put God in science, in the scientific method. How do you put something supernatural, like the creation of this whole world and everything that we see and experience and everything we know of? That creation is somehow science? No, it's not. It's supernatural. God did it. He did something that no one else could do, and still no one else can do. No one else will ever be able to do. He made things, and now he breathes life. He continues it. He makes it every second that happens. It's because it's part of his creation. He spoke it, and now it's coming to pass. Everything that he said will come to pass. And that's what he was saying, not one jot or tittle will pass from, I can't remember exactly how it says it, but the law will be fulfilled, the prophets will be fulfilled. So in that, there's a promised land, and there's prophecy in the Bible where God said he's going to take us from among the heathen and put us in our own land. And I want you to grasp a hold of reality, Anthony Dickinson. And I'm not picking on Anthony. Anthony is a really good friend of mine, really good brother. And we've talked on the phone for hours, and he knows I'm not ripping on him or anything like that, but I am trying to, show him a clear thing. And it kind of starts with the beast, the second beast in Revelation, because that's the beast that causes them to get a mark in there. Do you guys know where COVID-19 came from? Because I think I do. I don't think it's like a virus, like how it would be defined. I think it's actually maybe it would be locusts or something like that. I don't really know, but I think that it's something that came from the bottomless pit, guys. Now, how would something come from the bottomless pit? Let me show you. How could something come from the bottomless pit? Right here. How could something come from the bottomless pit, guys? 85 landings. 85 landings. So, do you guys get what I'm saying? We, as people, have been doing a bad thing that we didn't even understand was bad. Let me show you. Look what it says in Enoch 56, verse 8. In those days Sheol shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein, and their destruction shall be at an end. Sheol shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. So the elect are going to watch as Sheol devours the sinners. Now look at this too. Okay, we were talking about the land of his elect ones being a threshing floor and a highway. New Jerusalem being tread underfoot. That was verse 6. Look what verse 7 says. But the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses. Okay, let me just put it this way. The way I see that, flat earth is really bad for the whole space exploration thing. It kind of really puts a monkey wrench into the space exploration thing. It kind of ruins the whole idea of space exploration when people are talking about flat earth. Because, well, you know, if there was a way to do it, I don't know if there is, but like search terms on Google, 10 years ago, almost nobody ever said space is fake. Now, probably 1 out of 2 people on the internet say space is fake. Maybe 1 out of 3, I don't know. I'm just generalizing. But what I'm saying is our world has changed. Our beliefs have changed. Some of us. And many more continue to be changed to truth instead of the lies that we were raised with. We've inherited lies. Okay, but the city of my righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses. If you guys get where I'm going, here's where I'm going. There is a city that Abraham was searching for. It's the promised land. It has foundations, and its builder and maker is God. And it comes down out of heaven from God. It's New Jerusalem. And it's the city. It's the holy city. It's where it is going to come down out of heaven from God. Where did biblical truth, biblical cosmology, flat earth, true earth, where did it come from? It came down from heaven. I'm not in denial of it. If you say it didn't come down from heaven and you see it, that's very strange to me. Just because I know where it came from, I know who showed it to me and continues to show it to me. And it came down from heaven. And actually, there's a vision that Ezra saw that we got to go over real quick. Of him seeing this, he saw it happen. He saw Mount Zion. That's another, and John saw people on Mount Zion singing a new song in Revelation 14. But, whoops, 2nd Esdras, chapter 13, will blow your mind. New Revised Standard Version. Let's go to the Common English Bible. I like that one. Okay. So Ezra's shown a vision. Sorry, guys. Okay. And there's a lot that happens in the vision, but one of the things that happens is he sees a man flying with the clouds of heaven. And look at that. He came up out of the heart of the sea, just think about it. Like the beast did, out of the sea. That man was flying among the clouds of heaven. Wherever he turned his face to look, everything that fell under his gaze trembled. So this is Jesus, and there's an interpretation too, but It says, wherever an utterance came from his mouth, all who heard his voice melted as wax melts when it feels the fire. Well, remember in Revelation 3, is that where we still got that open? Or no, I gotta go back a page, I think. Revelation 3, look what he says. This is like my this is my favorite section or verses. It's not like one verse here, but it's wait a minute. Revelation 3. That's 13. So I did something wrong. I don't know. What am I doing wrong, guys? Revelation 3? How do you get to Revelation 3? You go click. Okay. Maybe I just have to... I don't know what I have to do. Weird, huh? Rev. What is going on here? I've never had it do this before. Okay, we'll do it the hard way. We're going to go page by page back to Revelation 3. Because something ain't right. Okay, but Jesus says he makes like this, like an offer, or gives us something if we want it. And there's really nothing we have to do except one thing, and we have to hear him. When he utters his voice, we have to hear what he says. And look at this. Okay, this is one of my favorite parts of the entire Bible. It's like so strong to me. Starting in verse 18 in Revelation 3. I counsel thee to buy of me gold tried in the fire, that thou mayest be rich, and white raiment that thou mayest be clothed, and that the shame of thy nakedness do not appear, and anoint thine eyes with eye salve. Anybody out there get eye salve from the Lord so they can see? That thou mayest see. As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten. Be zealous therefore and repent. Okay, right here. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come into him and will sup with him and he with me. So it says, if any man, it doesn't matter who you are, if you hear what he's saying, if you hear his voice, he will come into you and will sup with you, and you'll sup with him. And I've experienced this. That's my testimony. He is real. He came into my life and is changing my life every day, continually teaching me, changing me, making me better, and like healing my infirmities, like all kinds of infirmities, every kind that you could imagine. He's been doing that for a long time to me, and it's real. And my whole understanding of what this life is and the one after it has changed because of what he's been teaching me. Okay? But he says here, if any man hear my voice and open the door. So that's why I just always say, hey, if you're like get triggered by the whole flat earth thing and you're like, that's so stupid, take that and use that energy and put that on the Lord. Be like, why would they be saying that this is from God? It's so stupid. Like, ask him. Because maybe you're just hearing his voice and just not really excited about it yet. Like, maybe you're hearing his voice and like you can comprehend some of these things, but you might not want to. Well, welcome to the world we all have been in. Do you think anybody wanted to tell their friends and family that they believe the earth is flat? Come on. Everybody doesn't want to do that. Yet, when they're flat earthers, or when they see the truth and like they see it, all they can do is talk about it, tell other people about it. Because it's a good news message. It's a message of truth. And it's being preached in all the world right now. And it's actually as a witness, because I bear witness to it probably most of the people in my chat bear witness to it. And probably almost all of them have lost friends and family because they simply believe something contrary to what we were taught. Okay, so back to 2 Baruch, which I still haven't read. Verse 8, 51 verse 8. For they shall behold the world which is now invisible to them, and they shall behold the time which is now hidden from them. I love that. There's actually, and I love this book. 2 Baruch is just awesome. The heavenly Jerusalem, right here. We're going to go to verse 4. I just want to read a little bit of this. And the Lord said unto me, this city shall be delivered up for a time, and the people shall be chastened during a time, and the world will not be given over to oblivion. Dost you think that this is that city of which I said, on the palms of my hands have I graven you? This building now built in your midst, probably talking about the temple in Jerusalem, but talking about the one that's built like a construction job, the one that's actually on the earth, or was a temple built with like stones and bricks and columns and things. Okay, this building now built in your midst is not that which is revealed with me, that which prepared beforehand here from the time when I took counsel to make paradise and showed Adam before he sinned. But when he transgressed the commandment, it was removed from him, as also paradise. And after these things I showed it to my servant Abraham by night among the portions of the victims. Remember, Abraham was searching for a city that had foundations, guys? It's because God showed it to him. But when he transgressed the command, that was by night among the portions of the victims. And again, I also showed it to Moses on Mount Sinai, when I showed to the likeness of the tabernacle and all its vessels. And now behold, it is preserved with me as paradise. Go therefore and do as I command you. So then Baruch's like, and I answered and said, so then I am destined to grieve for Zion, for your enemies will come to this place and pollute your sanctuary. There it is again, guys. New Jerusalem being tread underfoot. Men going into the firmament, right there. For your enemies will come to this place and pollute your sanctuary. Talking about the heavenly Jerusalem, the temple of God in the sky. Okay. Second Esdras. Sorry, I'm all over the place, guys, but that's just because there's so much stuff to talk about. So anyway, wherever there's an utterance came from his mouth. So listen for that utterance. That's what I'm saying. We all have to do that. We have to listen to, try to hear what he's teaching. You know where it says they followed the Lamb whithersoever he goes? I think that means you're following me. You got no idea where you're going. Just like it said in Hebrews 11, where he said, by faith Abraham stepped out and did not knowing whither he went, but he obeyed, and it was on faith that he did it. Sojourned in the land of promise. Okay, so anyway, Ezra sees Jesus flying with the clouds of heaven, which we know that's like the return of Jesus, because Jesus he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him. Okay, he's going to come with the clouds, or on the clouds, or whatever, however you want to say it. Look what it says. I kept watching these things, and an innumerable multitude of people came together from the four winds of heaven to fight against the man who had come up from the sea. So let's just think about what that just said. An innumerable multitude of globers, people came together from the four winds of heaven. From the four winds of heaven. Well, Enoch told us that the winds of heaven turn and bring the circumference of the sun and the stars to their setting. The winds of heaven to fight against the man who had come up from the sea. So the four winds, people came together from the four winds of heaven to fight against the one that's flying with the clouds. Just think about this. Jesus ascended up, and those two men dressed in white, they were like, "Ye men of Galilee, why do you stand here gazing up at heaven? The same Jesus that you've watched ascend into heaven, he will come back in like manner, the same way." It's a very literal, physical, or however, literal thing. Okay, so in this vision, it's awesome. Mount Zion. So it says he carved Mount Zion. Where is this? Okay. This is verse 6. I watched as he carved a great mountain for himself and flew onto it. So the sun, or it's interpreted to us later in this chapter, which I'll show you, that it's the Son of God. Okay, it's Jesus. That's what Ezra is told. But I watched as he carved a great mountain for himself and flew onto it. Well, let's just make sure that we... Oh, not this again. Let's make sure that we're understanding clearly what this is all about. Okay, look what it says. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their foreheads. So let's just keep that in mind, that he was standing on Mount Zion, the lamb, and he had people with him. Okay, so he carved out a great mountain for himself and flew onto it. Let's see. So then he called himself another crowd, a peaceful one. Many people came to him. Some were rejoicing, some were sad. Some were even tied up, while some were bringing other people as an offering. So then he says, please show me the interpretation. So then he answered him, I will tell you the interpretation of the dream. Okay, let's see. I'm skimming here. In that you saw a man going up from the heart of the sea, that is the one whom the Most High has been keeping for many ages. He will liberate God's creation all by himself, and he will put in order those who are left. In that you saw something like wind and fire. Okay, that's not the right. Okay, right here, verse 29. Just check this out, guys. Remember, I'm talking about flat earth coming down from heaven, out of heaven from God? Just the concept of the truth of this creation, that God's right up in the sky, that there is no universe, that this is the world that we live in. To go outside of it is to go into a different realm. And yeah, we'll go to space. Well, that's not space. That's just what you think. That's what NASA thinks. They're being deceived. It's not space. It's a bottomless pit. And there's a beast that came up from the bottomless pit that's deceiving the world right now. And actually, if you go to any flat earth debate, what's one of the biggest subjects that gets talked about? The space station. It's the biggest proof of the globe. But it's really not. But that's, from that point of view, they think it is. Who is able to make war with the beast? Or who is able to, I forget what that is, Revelation 13. Where are we? Okay, verse 29. Look, the days are coming when the Most High will begin to rescue those who are on the earth. Those who live on the earth will go out of their minds. COVID. They will plan to wage war against each other, city against city. Okay, here we go. Verse 32. When these things happen, and the signs that I showed you before take place, like Gabby, I think it was Gabby L in the chat mentioned the Revelation 12 sign, or the 9:23:17. So some of these things have come to pass. I mean, John said he saw a wonder of a woman clothed with the sun and the moon. Like, we saw that what he described. We saw that in the sky on September 23rd, 2017. And the world knew about it. Go Google it. Go to the Wayback Machine. The world was... I'm not talking about the world, but this... The people in this world were aware of it. Lots of people on Facebook and YouTube and stuff talking about it. My friend Adam Fink from Parable of the Vineyard, he made a video, like 5-minute like a 5-minute explanation. I can't remember what the video is called, but I think that's got like a few million views. So what I'm saying is that the topic was not hush hush or something. Everybody heard about it. People were talking about it. And it came and went. That was about 4 years ago. 4 years and a month or so. Or not even. But look what it says here. When these things happen and the signs that I showed you before take place, then my son will be revealed, whom you saw as a man rising up, that one flying with the clouds of heaven. Okay. When all the nations hear his voice, because he's uttering his voice, when they hear him, they'll leave the region, or one will leave its own region and will leave off the wars they were waging against each other, and they're all going to form together against him. Okay, but look what it says here. Verse 35, but he will take his stand on the summit of Mount Zion. Now listen, this is talking specifically about something happening in our world today. Verse 36, Zion will come and will appear to all, built and ready, as you saw a mountain carved without hands. Okay, that was kind of the part that I was trying to show you there. Now, do you get what that was saying? That was saying that Mount Zion, the one that he carved out, it's the holy city. There's Mount Zion. There's a lot of different names for New Jerusalem, or like the bride, and there's a lot of different ways that it's referred to. But now we need to go look at another one talking about land being invisible and then being visible. 2 Ezra 7:26. Look what this says. Look, the time is coming when the signs appear that I told you about in advance, like what Gabby in the chat brought up, the 9:23:17 Revelation 12 sign. And the city will appearing as a bride, and the land that is now hidden will be openly displayed. Sorry, I'm bumping my mic because I just waved my hands. Openly displayed, guys. Isn't that exciting? I want you to comprehend what this is saying. So, if there was a city that came down out of heaven from God, would it be built with bricks? If there was a temple, would it be built with, stones? Or like cement or something like that? No. It's not built that way at all. It was actually carved without hands. And I get the idea that this land that people hate so much, being ridiculed in the world because you're a stupid flat earther. That land may be, if you're someone listening to this and you're a Christian and you believe the Bible, but you just don't believe this ridiculous flat earth stuff, just know that in the Bible it's prophesied many times that this topic would be declared the same way that, not the same way that it was at the beginning, but we can look at that. Maybe we should look at that. A prophecy that this subject of cosmology would be re-declared. It would be taught at the end. And actually, we got to go to Enoch again. Look at this. We're going to look at Enoch chapter 80, where it says that they would be misunderstood. They would be in error about what was happening with the stars in the heavens. And I'll tell you what, they're in error because they think there's a heliocentric solar system, and there's not. That's just an imaginary thing. No one's ever seen a solar system. No one's ever seen Mars orbit the sun. Well, actually, maybe Enoch did, because he said he saw those 7 stars rolling over a fire. That could be the sun and the, I don't know, heliocentric. But that's actually what Ezekiel saw up in the temple of God. One of the things he saw 25 men up there. They were like standing in the entry or something, or the porch or something like that. The porch, they were by the altar or something like that. And they were facing the east, worshiping the sun. They were in the temple of God, worshiping the sun. Sounds a lot like NASA to me, but Enoch chapter 80, look at this. Verse 7. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. So what's that saying? That's saying the people on earth would be mistaken about the order of the stars, and it would be hidden from them. And it says, and they shall be altered from all their ways. Yea, they shall err and take them to be gods. Jupiter, Neptune, Mars, Saturn, Venus, Mercury. These are all false gods. Like literally the names of gods. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them so as to destroy all. It's not a joke, guys. So let me give a basic understanding of New Jerusalem. Now, I'm not saying that flat Earth is New Jerusalem necessarily, like it's a place. What I'm saying is there's a matter of faith that was given to this world in the last 5 or 7 years or whatever. Something that we didn't know even existed, really. And when we considered it, there's 2 directions to go. There's one that you go, well, that's true, so it's embarrassing, or it's like, I don't want to say it, but it's true. That's actually what I said in my head. I was listening to, like when I first considered Flat Earth, I was at the shop working. I'll just share this little story. I was at the shop working, and it was, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I think it's Stefan Molyneux or something, a YouTuber. And he had a flat earther on, and I'm like, a flat earther? That's really weird. He had a flat earther on, they were having a conversation, and I found myself saying inside my head, like having this little conversation with myself in my head, saying, well, of course that's true, but then I had like some excuse why that would be stupid to say it that way. Like the earth is stationary. We all observe it being not moving. We don't observe it moving at all or rotating at all. We observe it not rotating. So it's like we make an observation of it not rotating. So then we believe the opposite? Well, I found myself analyzing these things saying, well, you know what? I'm 44 years old. The earth has never given me any sign of rotating or moving ever. It's always been stationary, and I count on that. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if it wasn't stationary. Perfectly still, solid, something you can count on. It's like, that's the earth. It doesn't move, guys. Nobody's ever seen it move. Nobody's ever experienced it move unless you're in like an earthquake. So I found myself saying, well, that's true, but that's just dumb. Like in my head. And then, but I kept saying it a few more times that the guy was talking. I don't remember exactly specifically what he was talking about, but like, well, yeah, that, of course that's true. Water's level. Water seeks its level. Yeah, that obviously. But that has nothing to do with oceans that curving. That's just stupid, you know. But I'm like, I had to be honest with myself and say, you know what, none of this is stupid. This guy's making some seriously legitimate, true statements that I haven't considered before. And there was someone else in the room with me that was going the opposite direction. They were cracking jokes and ridiculing and laughing. And so I'm kind of like, in my own head, I'm like, well, but that's true though. I don't like saying it's true, but it's true. So like, it was a, you know, it was a strange thing. But anyway, That was because the order of the stars was concealed from me because I didn't believe the truth. Now, so the kingdom is coming down out of heaven from God right now. And there's so much more to this story. I don't even know where to start. I should just I wish I was talkative like this more often. Anthony Dickinson, thank you. You're the one who got me thinking like this, this needs to be understood. And channels like that, Uncommon Ground on West Blaze, they're saying things that aren't true. They're ignoring the scriptures that go against what they say. If we talk about planets, they don't grasp what the planets are. The planets are evil spirits. They're fallen angels. They're assuming those forms simply to defile mankind and lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. So when you have that child and you put those planets in their little child crib or whatever, I forget what they're called. You teach that child that there's a universe with these planets out there. You know what you've just done? You've just sacrificed that child to false gods. Because now that child doesn't even believe in God. Because God's throne is in the sky. And those planets are just stars that are in a prison. Now, I know it's kind of weird to think of it that way, but that's the way I understand it. Because Enoch says it that way. So, maybe I need to go double up on that so that people don't forget that Enoch, right here, verse 3 in chapter 21, and there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it. What's it? Bound together in where? In heaven. In the firmament, because that's where God put the stars, okay? And he even says in chapter 18, he even says, this place has become, because he didn't create it that way. He created it one way, and then these stars didn't obey, so then it became a prison for the stars in the host of heaven. Where does it say that? Okay, the angel said, this place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars in the host of heaven. Let me show you something else. So just that wording there, this has become a prison. Well, look at what this angel says in Revelation 18. After these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Let's look at the Greek. Because the Greek actually says prison 3 times in the same verse. There's a reason why. Because there's a prison in the sky called Babylon the Great. It's a great city that reigns over the kings of the earth. Whoops. Sorry. And he cried out in a mighty voice, saying, Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, and she has become a habitation of demons and a prison of every spirit unclean, and a prison of every bird unclean, and a prison of every creature unclean, and having been hated. So it's a habitation of devils. That's what space is. So where did COVID-19 come from? What I would say is I would have to agree. I don't like talking about any of that type of stuff on my channel because I can't. I don't want to risk. I have 3,200 videos on my channel. I don't want to lose my channel. But that topic, the things that Beck was saying, I'm pretty much in agreement with her and Growler. We're in the time, and for this is a first-hand example of false teaching, and it's not intended to be false teaching. They're not so don't get me wrong. They're just not aware of these things. When there's fire coming down from the sky, what would Sean or Wes say? Well, that's not what that means. That's what they'd say, and that's all they could say. Oh, and I'd say, oh, so that fire coming down from the sky in the sight of men, that's not what John saw. And they say, no, that's not. It can't be. And they'd have whatever reason, but what I'm saying is that I make the observation. It's not an interpretation. Observation of Elon Musk and SpaceX building this Falcon 9 rocket. And I was, I think, in the dentist office in like 2015, and I heard that they landed their first booster successfully. And I was like, made fire come down. Like, the Holy Spirit showed me that then. He's like, made fire come down from the sky. And if you guys ever follow my channel, like, a lot of my videos, it's talked about, okay? Like, if I had a mission, that was part of my mission. To make sure that people know that there's fire coming out of the sky and that it's BS. Like, it's a false miracle. So, notice that the world believes it. And the flat earthers don't, or the truthers, or whatever. Just think about that. There's a reason why they don't believe it. Because they know it's of the devil. Even if they think it's like men faking things, like that's one thing, Sean and Wes, there's one thing that the reason why they don't understand a lot of this stuff the way I do, and I'm not saying that like they're better, me better, I'm saying we understand it differently. And I see that as when Sean is talking about, you know, the Vatican or whatever, I don't really even follow it too much because I just zone out when people start talking about that kind of stuff. But when he's talking about them, they just want to lie. They just want to fool. They're tricking the world. They're doing, you know, that's not in the Bible. That the Bible, what Paul said is very important, I believe, when he said to put on the full armor of God, that you'll be able to withstand the fiery darts of the devil, or the wiles of the devil, or whatever. We're not struggling against flesh and blood. Let's go look at that verse. Because people don't take that verse for what it actually says. They make their own version of it. Where's darkness? Where is darkness? It's important. Space is darkness. And it's bottomless. And it's a sea. A great sea hanging. A great hanging sea. Sorry, guys. Ephesians 6, verse 12. Let's look at what it says in the Greek here. Because not is to us the wrestling against blood and flesh, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers. What does that mean? Let's look at that word. Cosmocrator. A ruler of this world that is of the world as asserting its independence of God. Used of the angelic or demonic powers controlling the sublunary world. I think we got a good idea of what that's talking about. But let's continue. It says, against the cosmic powers of the darkness. Like a lot of people have an interpretation, or a translation, like, I don't know which ones or whatever, but you hear it all the time, of this dark world. I'm like, that's not what it says. It's not talking about a dark world that we live in. It's talking about darkness. If we look at that word, it happens to be the same word that is used to describe the darkness upon the face of the deep. But I guess it wouldn't be the same word because this is in Greek. Let's just look, though. Darkness, either physical or moral. Properly, darkness, obscurity, figuratively. So there is darkness, like evil, like, oh, that was a dark movie, or you get what I mean. So I think if we go to Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, okay, shadiness, obscurity, literally or figuratively darkness. There's kind of like two ways to look at darkness. But in this specific verse, what does it say? It says the rulers of the darkness. Okay? They're under chains of darkness. And as much as Sean and Wes want it to be some compartments inside the earth, unfortunately, they have not grasped this prison for the stars and the host of heaven. They think that that is in the earth. They think that the stars of the heaven bound together in it are somehow underground. Do you get what I'm getting at? So, but I bring it up to Wes, and like in the chat I was in the other time, I was like, did you get that? Or did you understand what I was trying to say? And Wes is like, we obviously disagree on it. Every time I see you, you don't bring it up or whatever. And I'm like, I had just made a video with Wes saying that hell is a physical, tangible place beneath us, or the abyss is a physical, tangible place beneath us. I'm like, physical and tangible. Is heaven physical and tangible? Is New Jerusalem physical and tangible? Because according to Ezra and a bunch of the other prophets, it ain't physical and tangible at all. It's something that is literal. It's literal, but I wouldn't even say it's physical. It's some sort of physical. It's a mystery is what it is. You know, when Jesus was raised from the dead and he had holes in his hands, he had a body. And he even mentioned, he said that a spirit doesn't have a body like I do. So he's not just a spirit, but he's not like a flesh and blood at all. But he's got the form of what looks like flesh and blood, and he can eat food, but he can also translate into through a wall, I guess. You know, like there's a mystery there, that this nature of the world that is coming down out of heaven from God, that will actually be on the earth. It's like the new earth. You know, that's another thing. John said he saw a new heaven and a new earth. Well, I'm here to tell you that I see a new heaven and a new earth. I'm going to play a video. And I'm kind of proud of this video. I like this video. I just uploaded it, but I'll find it and put it in here because it's just a great scripture from Enoch chapter 71 talking about, and also from Psalm, I can't remember where in Psalms, but, or no, Isaiah 40. We can look up in the sky and we can see God. We can see God in the sky, or we can see his house. We can see where he is. We can see his throne. We can see all the angels circling around it. Let me find this video. Sorry. I'm actually losing my voice a little bit. Okay, where is it going to be? I lost the chat here. It ended up getting covered up, so I'm going to check out the chat while this video is playing. And by the way, I did start another channel called Flatter Every Day. It's like kind of like Smarter Every Day, but here, let me just play the like little clip here. I will try to get a link for that channel and put it in the chat while this video is playing. So, ooh, is this the right one? I think this is the right one. It's got to be. I'm going to play it. Okay. This is all. Check out the footage. You'll like the footage. It's like really cool looking video of stars. Some of it's mine, some of it's not. But it's the sky. Check this out. Alright, sorry guys, I guess I can't get the link for this while that's playing. My computer just won't have it. So I'm actually, just give me a second. Because I want people to subscribe to my other channel. I've got 37 subscribers. But I do plan on making some videos. So far, all the videos on that channel are like text-to-speech voice. Not my voice. And some people are like, we don't like that, but... Or we like your voice better, but there's a reason why I do that. And it's to kind of like make it not as like my word for it or something like that. I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying, but here is, let's see, copy. Okay, let's see. Here is the link. I'm putting it in the chat. Please go subscribe. I'll spam the chat with it a few times. And then we'll go back to that video of the stars. There's some cool footage in that video. Please subscribe to what I spammed in the chat. Alright, here we go. And maybe like the video. Share it. Subscribe or whatever if you haven't. One of the videos I have on that channel is called Have You Seen the Sunset Above the Horizon Before? There's footage of it on that channel. Good footage of it from a DJI Mavic Pro drone. Okay. Back to the video, hopefully without skipping. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens. And I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their raiment and their faces shone like snow. And I saw 2 streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth. And I fell on my face before the Lord of spirits. And the angel Michael, one of the archangels, seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up, and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness. And he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heaven, and all the chambers of all the stars, and all the luminaries, whence they proceed before the face of the holy ones. Look at that. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens. And I saw there, as it were, a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its 4 sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were seraphim, cherubim, and ophanim. And these are they who sleep not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw angels who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, encircling that house. And Michael, and Raphael, and Gabriel, and Phanuel, and the holy angels who are above the heavens go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael, and Gabriel, and Raphael, and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number. And with them the head of days, his head white and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice, with the spirit of power, and blessed, and glorified, and extolled. All right, you guys, listen to this verse, the next verse, and this is what I believe. So when it's talking about a new heaven and a new earth, I never looked up and saw the kingdom of heaven, God's kingdom, the whole thing. That's what we see in the night sky. That's his place. That's his throne. That's what well, the next video that I'm going to play after this is called I Saw a Beast Coming Up. And it's short, but listen to this verse right now. Lift up your eyes on high, and behold who hath created these things, that bringeth out their host by number. He calleth them all by names, by the greatness of his might. For that he is strong in power, not one faileth. Okay, I'm just going to pause it there. That's Polaris. That's the North Star. That's for another video. I was going to show you something in this video, but I didn't get around to it. But, okay, I saw a beast coming up. We have John's testimony. He wrote this book in the Isle of Patmos, and it was about 2,000 years ago that he wrote it. And we have many copies of it. We have every possible translation or version you could imagine, all available to us for us to study and look at the differences between these translations and versions of whatever. We have a very clear understanding of what John wrote down in the book. And it's a testimony. He was shown a vision, and he wrote down what he saw in the vision. It's visual, so just keep that in mind. Two things. First time in 2,000 years that a dragon's been flying in the firmament. And the first time in 2,000 years that something made literal fire come down from the heavens and for people to watch. People would say, oh, what about a bomb? What about this? Well, you got to stick with the story. He used that satanic miracle of those great wonders of making fire come down from the sky. He did deceive the world with that. Okay, now, what do you think about this?
Propulsive landing.
Getting the basic infrastructure of being able to reuse these rockets.
Same story, guys. He doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And I know you think I'm wearing this out. Oh, you just keep repeating that. You keep repeating it. You know why I keep repeating it? Because it's an observation that I'm making. You're making. We're seeing it on the screen. We're seeing it in Florida. We're seeing a whole group of people who have been enlightened. They've been able to see something that they couldn't see before. Those people aren't believing this. That should tell you something. They see these great wonders of this rocket coming down, and they're like, fake. You know why? Because they bear witness to the truth. They know it's. I don't think they specifically know what it is, but they know it's bunk. It's a lie. They know it's a lie. It's part of a deception. So the details of that deception, whether space is fake or being faked or what, like, that doesn't matter all that much. As long as you know that what this is, because why is this reusable rocket a big deal? Why is it a big deal? Because that's how we're going to get to Mars and create a civilization in a different world. Okay? Blasphemy of God's tabernacle and those who dwell in heaven. It's in Revelation. Okay, we're going to go to YouTube. And I'm going to just play this because someone in the chat reminded me of a dream that I had. And I made a video, but I don't have it on my computer or something. But I do have it on YouTube. So I was going to find it here. How do I search? Can I search just my channel? Let's see here. Let's go over to my channel. And then actually, desktop. Okay, while we're there, maybe you should subscribe. I'll put the if you're watching this, you can just hit the subscribe button if you're not. Let's search for dream and see if that works. Was it only a dream? This is the one. Okay, we're gonna watch this and hopefully it works. All right. I guess we get an ad.
Every bit of what I do.
And I don't even
Something about
monetize,
getting
guys.
into a tractor early in the morning.
I had a dream in 2018 that to me is really amazing and I wanted to tell you about it. I was sleeping in my bed at night and had a dream, but it seemed very real to me. There is a part of me that believes that it was a dream, but that it took place in a real place. Here is where it started. I was driving a station wagon up the side of this mountain, and the traffic was heavy with big dump trucks going way too fast and passing me and almost knocking me off of the steep skinny road, and there were people with me in the car, but I didn't see any of them. I just knew they were riding with me, and we got to a city at the top of the mountain, and we were above the clouds. There was a pool of water that was about waist high, and off in the distance I could see and hear children playing in the water. Then I looked to my right, and there was a very tall man with his hand on my right shoulder, and I looked at him and he looked at me, but we didn't say anything and we walked through the pool together. He was showing me some things that I didn't understand, and still wonder about what a certain thing I saw was, a person I knew, and they were underwater. And it looked like the person was drowning, and I looked up at the man and he looked at me with a look of sadness or disappointment. I don't understand why he showed that to me. But another part of the dream is that a girl who was special to me was up there, and she was getting married to that tall man who walked with me in the pool, and they asked me to come to celebrate with them. And another part of the dream was in a room that was the ground floor of one of the buildings, with a stairway going up from the room I was in, and I had the clear idea in the dream that I was not allowed to go up the stairs because there was a hot tub up there that only adults were allowed to use, and I was a child in the dream. And then I realized that I was working on that building, and we were finishing the drywall in the room I was in, when a woman that looked to be about 50 years old or so came down the stairs, and she got our attention and told us to stop working so we could listen to her. I realized that those people who were riding with me in the car were doing drywall with me in that room, and she told us to stop and hear what she was going to say. She said, in this room, the walls must be perfect, because we study the Bible in this room, and then she repeated herself again. These walls have to be finished perfect, this is the room that we study the Bible in. So I said to her, we will get them perfect. And then I woke up. This dream is the only dream I have ever had where I went to a place and remember the place I went clearly, and can see in my mind the things I saw in the dream. It feels like I really went up to Mount Zion and walked with Jesus in a pool. I woke up in tears and it was very powerful and still is to me. If I was going to say something that I learned from this dream, there would probably be many things, but to me, it verifies something I have read about, and that Jesus claimed. In John 14:1-4, Jesus tells us about a place that we can inherit, and how to do it. He says this: "Let not your heart be troubled, ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions, if it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again, and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also." I think Ezra saw the same place I went to in my dream. In 2 Esdras 3:42-48, I found something interesting. It says, "I Esdras saw upon the Mount Zion a great people, whom I could not number, and they all praised the Lord with songs. And in the midst of them there was a young man of a high stature, taller than all the rest, and upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and was more exalted, which I marveled at greatly. So I asked the angel, and said, Sir, what are these? He answered and said unto me, These be they that have put off the mortal clothing, and put on the immortal, and have confessed the name of God, now are they crowned, and receive palms. Then said I unto the angel, What young person is it that crowneth them, and giveth them palms in their hands? So he answered and said unto me, It is the Son of God, whom they have confessed in the world. Then began I greatly to commend them that stood so stiffly for the name of the Lord. Then the angel said unto me, Go thy way, and tell my people what manner of things, and how great wonders of the Lord thy God, thou hast seen. And then in chapter 13 of 2 Esdras, Ezra had a vision and asked the Lord to interpret it for him to understand it, and this is what the Lord said, Behold, the days come, when the Most High will begin to deliver them that are upon the earth. And he shall come to the astonishment of them that dwell on the earth. And one shall undertake to fight against another, one city against another, one place against another, one people against another, and one realm against another. And the time shall be when these things shall come to pass, and the signs shall happen which I shewed thee before, and then shall my Son be declared, whom thou sawest as a man ascending. And when all the people hear his voice, every man shall in their own land leave the battle they have won against another. And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together, as thou sawest them, willing to come, and to overcome him by fighting. But he shall stand upon the top of the Mount Zion. And Zion shall come, and shall be shewed to all men, being prepared and builded, like as thou sawest the hill graven without hands. And this my Son shall rebuke the wicked inventions of those nations, which for their wicked life are fallen into the tempest. And shall lay before them their evil thoughts, and the torments wherewith they shall begin to be tormented, which are like unto a flame, and he shall destroy them without labor by the law which is like unto me. So thank you for listening, and know that there is something that I do know, even without the dream I had, and that is this: Jesus really is preparing a place for you, and he will come and receive you to himself. I saw the place he is preparing. I have been there in a dream. Well, I actually am working on the drywall there.
Yeah, so that gives me goosebumps every time I think about that too. And I probably I feel like kind of dumb every time I talk about it, because I feel like it's something that like it's only like kind of special to me because I had the dream. You know what I mean? Like it just seems like that. But then at the same time, it's like I gotta share just the dream because it's just so interesting. Just everything that happened, and that I was doing drywall on these buildings, this city, and I couldn't really see a city very much. But there was the things I did see were like really clear, and they still are. And I was like a child when I was up there. I was a child when I was up there. And this girl I used to date was getting married to this tall man up there. Anyway, and they asked me to come to their wedding party. That's pretty weird. Then when I went there, I was doing drywall, like taping mud, sheetrock, and there was a bunch of people with me, and we were working on this room. And then she came down and she was like, like really got our attention. And she said these walls had to be perfect. Now I don't know what that means, but whatever it means, it was interesting. And I think that when I think that there really is a place up there that in our physical bodies that we live in, it's very hard to comprehend what it is that we're actually in search of. The place that we're actually talking about, the kingdom, the New Jerusalem. I mean, Jesus makes it pretty simple, or makes it seem pretty simple when he says it comes down out of heaven from God. But you got to think about, what does that mean? It's not built with hands. It's not built with bricks. It's not, but at the same time, it's made of all these precious stones. Like, what is it? Is it something physical? Is it matter? I don't think it is. It's something different. And that's a mystery. I don't think we're going to understand that mystery till we leave the flesh bodies that we're living in and go, what Jesus said, I will raise you up on the last day. Iger Television, good to see you. You made a good point a minute ago. I'm going to find it. Where was that? Where did that go? Oops. Oh, yeah, you were saying Ezekiel 7. Wow, what a powerful chapter, huh? The end. The end is come. The end has come upon the land. And I'm just going off the top of my head, but that's the chapter where he says that he will cause them to, let's go there. This is a good chapter to talk about, or to read. I'm glad you brought it up, Iger. Thank you. It's verse 20, the one you've heard me talk about it. As for the beauty of his ornament, he set it in majesty, but they made the images of their abominations and of their detestable things therein. And it's talking about, well, I'll just keep reading. Therefore have I set it far from them, and I will give it into the hands of the strangers for a prey, and to the wicked of the earth for a spoil, and they shall pollute it. My face will I turn also from them, and they shall pollute my secret place. For the robber shall enter into it and defile it. So they shall pollute my secret place. Well, check out where else I learned about his secret place. He says darkness is his secret place. Check this out. So that's where, the place we call space or whatever, it's not only a bottomless pit. It's a secret place. It's a place where there's secret things, hidden things. Things that we can't see or understand, comprehend. We want to, we try to. Where did Jesus ascend? He ascended into heaven. No men have ascended into heaven. They've gone sideways into darkness. That's not a heaven. It's like, I would have to say there's definitely spirits of heaven there. It's part of the heavenly realm, but it's the very bottom of it, first of all, and it's a place of imprisonment for evil spirits. And not only the evil spirits, let me just show you, just because it came to mind, it's not only the evil spirits, it's all the people that are wicked with them will be bound together with them in that place. Where did I read that? Verse 13, in those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they shall be confined forever. That was talking about the fallen angels. It says, and whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations. It's called Sheol, I think. The abyss of fire, the bottomless pit, outer darkness, the blackness of darkness. I'm just naming off phrases that we hear. Now, I saw also somebody mentioned in the chat, this is a while ago, so I'm not going to try to find it, mysteries, that we were talking about mysteries right now. And I want to show you something that I consider to be a mystery revealed by the prophets, two prophets specifically. They reveal something about, you know what I'll just try to be blunt. They take something that exists in our world today, or out of our world today, something that exists in 2021, and they what's the word, like, they single it out. They single out this thing that exists. Enoch and John that wrote Revelation, those two together, I learned something, that they had an experience that was the same. But when they had the experiences, like Enoch had it a long time ago, and then John had it just like 2,000 years ago, which was way far a distance in time from when Enoch did, right? Well, something had changed in that place from the time Enoch saw it to the time that John saw it. And I'll explain this. We're going to go over the scriptures, because this is a mystery that I didn't come up with this. This is something that Enoch was really trying to tell us. Like, but you wouldn't understand it until these things have come into existence that now we can not interpret, but observe. We can observe it instead of interpreting it. Okay. And I'll show you this. This is kind of crazy. And actually, we're gonna get one more. Yeah, we got one more in there. One more prophet in there. Ezra. So Enoch, Ezra, and John that wrote Revelation. Those three together, like, really single out this thing, and it's the space station. And I'll tell you why. Okay. Remember towards the beginning of this, if you were around it, and if you weren't, I'll explain it. Enoch, we were in Enoch 18 and 21, and I was pointing out that both times that Enoch saw those seven, the seven stars that didn't obey God in that prison, the stars of the heaven bound together in it, the stars that were imprisoned in heaven, and Jude says in the blackness of darkness. But I lost where I was going with that for a second. Sorry, guys. Okay, let me just go to the scriptures. You guys got my screen, right? The right one? Yeah, you do. Book of Enoch, chapter 10? Okay. We need to go to, first of all, we're going to go to 2nd Esdras, chapter 15. And I'm just going to show you one thing there. And I should play a video, but it would take the video's 10 minutes, and I don't want to take 10 minutes, because this is just something simple. I want to keep it simple so that it's, like, easy to kind of grasp what I'm saying. Okay. Verse 35 or 37. Okay. So this is talking about the dragons from Arabia or something. The nations of the serpents of Arabia will go out with many chariots. Okay. It's talking about that. And then it says in verse 35. Okay. See, this is it could be a translation thing, because look at this. Says they will collide with each other and unleash a mighty tempest on the earth, their own tempest. Blood will flow as high as the belly of a horse. Now watch this. If we go to the sacred text, Apocrypha. Whoops. I should have wrote sacred text, but it should pop up. There it is. Okay. Watch this. This is it. This is okay, we're going to be, just keep in mind that I am pointing at the space station because of three prophets, and I'm going to show you the scriptures that all three of them together. I don't really think you could come up with anything in a future situation or a past situation that would even be anything matching what these three prophets basically show. Okay, it was verse 35. I just got to show you this. They shall smite one upon another, and they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth. even their own star. And the blood shall be from the sword unto the belly. Okay. Even their own star. So they have a star. Just keep that in mind. Okay, so that was one little part of it. We do know that, like I filmed it just the other night. I film it all the time, the space station flying over. You can point to exactly where it's going to pop into view and where it's going to pop out of view. Like we know exactly where it is at all the times because it's like a perfect clock. The ISS is on like a perfect trajectory. Kind of like the stars in the sky. There's really no, like, it's like a perfect situation. Okay? Let's look at, so they have their own star. Okay, just think about that. Now we have to go to Enoch, we'll go to Revelation, we'll go to Enoch. Yeah, Enoch. We already went over this, but I should probably, we'll just look at this. Okay. I pointed out for a reason that both times that Enoch went to this place and saw those things, he called them mountains burning with fire. Okay? And I was always, the first few times I read it, I'm like, why would he call them mountains? Because they don't look anything like mountains. They look like spheres of light or whatever, the planets I'm talking about. They look like what they look like. Why would he call them mountains, I didn't understand that. And I think I do now, though. Because he was talking about something specific. And maybe it's just like a lingo that we don't really maybe know, but it's used too many times by the same people for the same things. It almost seems like an angel was that's angel language. A great mountain burning with fire. If I was to say that, you like to another angel or something, maybe the angel would think of the planets. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how this is, but Enoch called them. I'll give you the example here in chapter 21. It says, "And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it like great mountains and burning with fire." Okay, so like he's just saying they're like great mountains burning with fire. And then we're going to go back to chapter 18 where he also says this, almost the exact same thing. Where is that? Okay, verse 13. "I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains." Okay. He's talking about planets. The stars that transgress. They're in a prison at the end of heaven and earth where there's no water and it's a waste and horrible place. Well, so that's not much of a mystery. That's all we need to know. Enoch went to that place and very clearly he called these 7 stars that he saw bound there, he called them mountains, great mountains burning with fire. Okay. Well, I was in Revelation and it was Revelation 8. So we're just going to, we're just going to redo our Revelation because I don't know where the other one went. Oh, Psalm. Something is not right here. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to just go like this. Sorry, guys. One of these has to work. It must be my computer being a little slow. Very slow. So, in Revelation 8, verse 8, John sees great mountain burning with fire. Exact same words being thrown into the sea. And this is Ephesians. So yeah, I gotta either, my computer seems like it's starting to act up. Let me just hit the refresh. Maybe I won't go there, I'll just tell you. But he sees a great mountain burning with fire be thrown into the sea. Okay. Did I lose my internet? No, I got internet. Okay. Sorry, guys. We're just gonna lose that. Jeremiah. Yeah, I don't know. My computer's going really slow. Revelation 17. We need to get there. Because there's a mystery. They single out the space station. That's what I'm saying. They single it out. It couldn't be anything else. And this is my opinion, obviously. Okay, is this going to work at all? Do I just have to start a new page? I'm just starting a new page. 17. Okay, I think we're going to get it. Sorry, guys. All right. So this really caught my attention one day. Because as I was reading this, I was realizing that this place where John is taken is the exact same place where Enoch saw those stars bound. Okay? You might not think that yet, but just consider what I'm saying. Okay? There's a place in the spirit, and this is where he's taken, and it's a wilderness. Okay, I'm just gonna read this, and we'll try to understand this, because we can understand something here that's crazy to understand. Once I learned this, I was like, my whole life focus becomes something different, because like the whole focus of this live stream right now kind of was stemmed from Beck from Oz's and Growler's stream, and Anthony Dickinson in the chat. There was some good, like difference of opinion or difference of, like ways you see something. And that's okay. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. But what Anthony was saying is scary to me, because I just saw Anthony repeating kind of a belief that is being pushed by Kingdom in Context and Wes Blaze. Like, and the thing is that I've tried to, have conversations with these guys, and they just don't consider for some reason they're superior in their minds. And I'm not trying to rip on those guys. What I'm saying is they won't consider what someone else says. They won't even consider like what Isaiah, son of Amos, says, because in that book, Sheol was in the firmament. Like, if it goes against their thing that they're believing already, then they just don't like that book. But, things like men going into the firmament in all these different places, that is something that's in the Bible. So if you say, oh, nobody can get through the dome, well, try reading your Bible and believing it once, when it says the Gentiles will tread New Jerusalem underfoot. Where's New Jerusalem? It's in the sky. It comes down out of heaven from God. So if they're going to tread it underfoot, if they're going to go up and tread it underfoot, Enoch 56, then where are they going? How are they getting there? There's only one way to get there. Daniel 8 verse 10, it says, and he waxed great, even to the host of heaven, and cast down some of the hosts and of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. And then it talks about him lifting up a shout against the prince of, or the prince of the host, or something like that. Michael, the archangel. And then Michael it's Michael that's going to deliver the children of Israel in Daniel 12. And that's a really interesting stuff that's said there. Okay, sorry. And there came one of the seven angels which had the seven vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So right here, verse 3, this is kind of where it starts. So he carried, this angel It's John talking. He carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness. So John's in the spirit, guys. Keep that in mind. In the spirit, okay? In a wilderness, or the wilderness. And I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast. Let me remind you guys of something really quick. It just so happens that the space station, when it flies over, it's scarlet-colored. Like, see on the KJV right here on the right side, or I guess right here on the right side? See this color? This is scarlet. Sometimes it's more red, maybe a little more red. But what scarlet is, it's red with a tinge of orange. I think that's, or it's orange with a tinge of red. One or the other. Scarlet colored. That's the color of those solar arrays. So when I film it, that's what color it is. And I could show you really quick here, because I have, this is just like 2 or 3 nights ago. Right here. 2 or 3 nights ago. There you go. Is that scarlet colored? Yes. Scarlet colored. Okay. That's interesting, but it doesn't prove anything. I'm just saying, just keep that in mind. Okay. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery. Like, what does that even mean? Like, just think about that word. It's a mystery. Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and the abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. So here's the way I'm looking at this. John just said he was like, whoa. He wondered with great admiration. What's great admiration? We're just going to look at something. Well, of course we're going to get that. Let's do this. What's great admiration? A feeling of great liking and respect for a person or thing. Admiration. A feeling of respect or approval. So just think about what is happening here. This angel just took John to this place, showed him, like he's telling him, this is the horror of the earth. This is the abomination of the earth. This is telling John this is wickedness. Like, right to his face, he's describing it, saying, this is bad. And what does John do? Oh, that's good. Gives it approval. He's like, stares at it, like, whoa, that's crazy, or whatever. A feeling of respect or approval, an object of esteem. Okay, so anyway, I just like to do that because it gives a clearer idea of some of these things that we can just read a sentence and we're like, wondered with great admiration, yeah, big deal, and move along, but there might be something there that we're missing. So then it says the mystery explained here. And the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? Now we got to look at the Greek here, because I think there's something to learn by looking at the Greek words. Because I don't think the angel quite just said, why did you marvel? There's more to it than that. He kind of scolded John, I think, if I remember right. I don't remember why I think that. But in my mind, he was saying, don't do that to John, rather than saying, why did you do that? What was that verse? Oh, boy. Not this again. Oh, good. This time it might be working. Let's see. Was that 8? What verse was that? No, that's not. It was 7. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. So John marveled or wondered. Okay, here we are. And the witnesses of Jesus, and I marveled, having seen her with wonder with great wonder. Like he was like, wow, But this, of course, keep in mind that this was after the angel was showing him this bad thing. Like, this is the abominations of the earth. He called it a whore. He said, or what exactly? Yeah, but you guys know what I'm saying. Like, John Like if John was thinking straight, he would have been like, why is it bad? He would have but he just fell for it. He was like, whoa. And so he marveled. Let's see what that word is here, 2296. I marveled. It says, I wonder, marvel, admire. I'm just looking at some words here. Am amazed, amazement, astonished, surprise, flattering, admire, marvel, wonder. So you guys get the idea of that. John was like, hey, he thought it was pretty cool, whatever it was. Or it was at least something that surprised him. Okay. But look what the angel says in the next verse. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we go to the next verse and look at this. We're waiting. Sorry. But this is a crazy mystery, guys. This is crazy because these mountains burning with fire, they come up in here and you'll be like, whoa, I never thought of that. Because that's what I did. Okay. And said to me, the angel, because why did you marvel? I will. Okay. Yeah, this is right here. Because of. When I read that, I'm like, this is why he's showing John the mystery. Because John's writing the book down. John can't be marveling at this thing. John has to know what it is. He said, because of why you did marvel, I will tell you the mystery of the woman and of the beast carrying her, having the 7 heads and the 10 horns. Okay? So I just think it's important that we understand that there's kind of like something going on here where John was probably doing something that he wasn't supposed to be doing, like by marveling at it. Like, I don't know what you would call that, but the angel said, well, because you're marveling, I'm going to show you the mystery. Okay, so he says, I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which hath the 7 heads and 10 horns. Okay, this is where it gets crazy, guys. Now, keep in mind what I've been saying about NASA's so-called physics on the space station. They're in free fall. They continuously, perpetually fall into a place of darkness, okay? That's what NASA would tell you. And I'm not just saying NASA because I'm saying NASA's the ones that go there, SpaceX, all those companies. They'll tell you the same thing. Okay, the beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. Now hold on. We gotta think of something here. What was the beast doing? The woman, the abomination of the earth, she was riding the beast, and she had this golden cup and all this stuff. But she was riding the beast. It was carrying her. Okay? And so it says, the beast that thou sawest was and is not. Well, this is another thing where there's some I'll call it Bible slang or whatever being talked about. Was and is and will be again, and like all these other things. And no, it was and is not, but it is. All at once, okay? And it's easy to understand that. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Where was John when he saw this? When he saw the beast and Babylon, Mystery Babylon, where was John? It's right here. This is why I say Babylon the Great is not America. It's not Jerusalem, on the ground anyway. It isn't anywhere on this earth. Babylon the Great is in the spirit, in the wilderness. That's where John was when he saw all of this. The angel took him away to this place. Just like Enoch went to this place and he looked beyond this abyss and he saw all these things. He saw these 7 mountains burning with fire. Well, check this out. We're not to the mountains yet. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice big time. I was looking to see if I have any candy laying around. Excuse me. Okay. What I'm going to do is play just like something really quick and go grab a glass of water or something. So I'm just going to put a video on just for a second. I'll put on the last half of this encircling that house. Okay, I think it's right about here's where that good verse is. I'll be right back, guys. Lift up your eyes on high, and behold who hath created these things, that bringeth out their host by number. He calleth them all by names, by the greatness of his might. For that he is strong in power, not one faileth. Okay, I'm back. By the way, that music, I don't know if you like it. If you do like it, I will put a link in the pinned comment when the video's done. It's White Bat Audio YouTube channel. And it says, use my music in your videos. Just tell them that it's my channel. Or tell them, I can't remember his name right now. Let me look at it. It is Carl Casey at White Bat Audio. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a link in the chat. He's got just like, you probably couldn't even listen to all of his songs. Like that guy makes music like every day or something. Check out his channel. Go subscribe. A lot of good, just like background music or whatever. And I've been using a lot of it on my channel lately. So, yeah, I think it's pretty cool music. Okay, so I want to just go back to the desktop and show you. This is like something that I learned this, and this isn't something that I came up with. It's from studying these things and like the right things. And I mean, you'll understand when John goes to a place with 7 mountains. You understand that he's in the same place that Enoch was in, and we find that there's something drastically different about that place when John is there at the end of the world, because John was seeing the end of the world. This is important stuff, guys. What I'm saying is, the things, if John saw something in nature or whatever, if John saw something that we see today, that means that we're in those times, because John was writing about those times. His vision was of those times. He was seeing the world that was those times. So if we see the things that he saw, you know what that means. It means that be careful about things that the medical industry wants you to do. Just be careful. And definitely don't encourage people the opposite way by saying, no, that's for sure not the mark of the beast. Can't be. When, and I'm not trying to rip on you, Anthony, if you listen to this, but Anthony Dickinson, but you're listening to Sean and Wes, and I can tell by the things you're saying. You're believing what those guys are pushing, and I don't want you to do that. I want you to listen to what the prophets are saying. Don't listen to me either, but I'm going to definitely be bringing things up. But listen to Sean and Wes too. I do. I love listening to them guys. Get what I'm saying? If they're saying something that doesn't jive with what you see in the scripture, just, don't. Just be sure that you're careful who you're listening to or what you're believing. Because there's a lot of things that they're not seeing. If they're just saying, oh yeah, well, since the beast isn't here and the whatever second beast isn't on scene, the Antichrist isn't on scene, we're not in those times yet. Like, what kind of watchman is that? They're telling you to go the opposite way when we're seeing all these things. When we got a dragon flying in the firmament, we got fire coming down from the sky. We got a dragon coming down from the sky, going up, going down, going up, going down, going sideways, literally. It's interesting that in Isaiah 14, it says, it's talking about Lucifer, and it says in his heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. And then what does it say after that? He said, but you will be brought down to the pit. And it just reminds me when Jesus said, no man hath ascended into heaven, but only him, the Son of Man, which is in heaven. He's the only one that ascended into heaven. Everybody else goes to the sides of the pit. So it says, you will be brought down to the sides of the pit. You're going to say in your heart you're going to go into heaven, but you're never going to go because you're going to go the wrong way. You're going in a different way. Literally sideways. Trying to go up, you go sideways? That doesn't make any sense. And by the way, anything in space is in a state of free fall. Everything. Anything that's in space is in a state of free fall. It is a bottomless pit. Here's proof that it's a bottomless pit. Well, so far it's bottomless. 20 years, there's been humans living on a tin can, a pop can in the sky that's been falling for 20 years and it still hasn't got to the bottom. 22 years or something, 21 years, whatever. The space station has never reached the bottom yet. Neither of the floaty astronauts inside there in a state of free fall of 0G. So, NASA says it's a bottomless pit. Jude says it's the blackness of darkness. Enoch says it's the abyss of fire. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Just because our generation was raised in a heliocentric joke of a lie, that's reality to us. It's hard to come out. It's hard to look at it differently. And honestly, I don't think it's even possible without the Holy Spirit, without Jesus teaching you of how to look. He has to give you the eyes to see it, because that's just what I experienced. It was not me that was able to change my... And people are like, I wouldn't want to see it. Well, someone in the chat was right when they said this is serious. Daryl Lee said something like, this is a serious thing. This is very serious. And because what happens in Revelation? It's the end of the world. Okay, so let's go back here. So the beast that thou sawest, this the angel telling John this, was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast. So they're going to look at it, guys. It says, they that dwell on the earth shall wonder when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is. So it's something they're going to see. And they're going to go, whoa, when they see it. Okay? And it says right here, look at this. And here's the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth. That catches my attention. So the 7 heads, let's go back up and find out what these heads are. So it says the beast had 7 heads and 10 horns. Okay. 7 heads. So those 7 heads right here, having 7 heads on that beast, there's 7 mountains. So let's just say, what if, and to me, like, it's like really clear. Remember Ezra, they'll cast down a multitude of stars, even their own star. And I'm going to play a video that has some of that in it in a little bit here. But so 7 mountains, Enoch saw these 7 stars, and twice he called them great mountains burning with fire. 7 mountains. So then, is it a coincidence that we're learning this with, it says, here's the mind which hath wisdom. Do we have wisdom? It says the 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth. Okay, and there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was, and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition. Wait a minute. Do you guys get what this is? So what would these 7 be? The 7 mountains? What are the 7 mountains? They were in Enoch, where the place that Enoch went, the 7 mountains were planets. They were the transgressing stars. 7 of them, okay? And he called them great mountains. But that's what he called them. Now, what would this be saying? The beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th. So, would that mean like an 8th transgressing star? That's what it could mean. I'm saying that makes sense for it to mean that. It doesn't have to be. I'm not saying that it has to be. I'm saying that this is something to think about. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, and then it's saying that the 8th is of the 7 and goeth into perdition. Well, that's kind of what it says about the beast going into perdition. Okay. And then there's more. The woman which thou sawest is that great city which reigneth over the kings of the earth. So, do you guys get what I'm saying? Let me find a video and play, because there's just a NASA. It's actually in a video with John Pounders and David Carrico. I'm gonna find it. I think it is. Is that the right video I'm thinking of? I still have to find it anyway. Give me a minute. And yeah, then I'm going to probably end the stream after I get through this. But yeah, the 8th wandering star would be the space station. If you think about it. Because it's like a man-made star. Yesterday I was playing, or not yesterday, the day before or something, I played a video called Last Days. And in that video, one of the astronauts, I forgot his name, called it the palace in the sky. And I'm like, no, our father has a palace in the sky, but NASA doesn't. They've got a tin can, like, in the sides of the pit. Came out of the bottomless pit. I just know that these things are being understood for a reason, and like Beck from Oz said, if you don't see this, but it seems to make sense, or you can understand it, pray on it or whatever, but it's my duty to talk about it if I understand it. And a lot of people are just going to laugh, so you don't understand shit. So I hear that all the time. But what is the point of me? I don't care what other people think of what I understand. the whole point of me talking about this is because I know someone listening right now, or during this stream, someone listening was like, "Hey, I understand something that I in a different way than I did before," or there's like a way to think about something differently than I did, and it's not that it's to be different; it's that the revelation of Jesus Christ, He teaches us things that we didn't know, and that's very like obvious. If you have a teacher, he's going to teach you things that you don't know. So like I'll use Wes Blaze for an example when he says we disagree on it, and I'm like, what do we even disagree on? This is something that you haven't even really, like, you've never considered the concept before. How could we disagree? It's not like, is it something to disagree about where John went into the spirit to a wilderness and Enoch went to a waste and horrible place and they both saw 7 mountains there? But when John went at the end, there was an 8th. I'm just saying there is not just one prophet and then another one writing a different story. They're writing the story together. They just don't know it, I'm sure. And I can't find my... I think it's... Oh, I think I found... Oh. No, that's the one where David Carrico goes, Globe heads! Let's see. I have so many good videos. I wish I could just play them all. Let's see. Okay, Demons of Arabia, even their own star. Okay, this is the one I was looking for. We're gonna just, I might skip around a little bit, or I'm just gonna play it. It's John Pounders and Now You See TV. Those guys are good to listen to, so check this out. I kind of used one of their studies to help show what I'm showing here. So let's check this one out. Oh no, I have to find it. Great. Here it is. That was good. All right, here we go.
You know, we've been studying as deep as we can into some of the astronomical events that have taken place in the world. And when we start talking about this destroyer, obviously millions of things, something major comes to mind, but a lot of different clues on what a lot of mythologies talk about. I mean, almost all of them have this star or thing or whatever you want to call it that comes forth and creates a catastrophic event that really actually changes, and you'll get into that, but changes time itself.
Yeah, it changes time itself. It changes the calendar.
This star.
This is the only place that humans have outside of planet Earth where humans can live. And if you like, down there on Earth, you can actually see it with your naked eye. You just go to the ISS website and it tells you when to see us. You can look up in the sky and you will see this bright little star moving over the sky.
This star.
Now, when this war begins, also the war in the heavenlies will take place. And we're going to look at a text here in 2nd Esdras, and we're going to look behind the scenes into the spiritual realm for just a moment. In 2nd Esdras 15:35, and they shall smite one upon another, and they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth. And even their own star. And blood shall be from the sword unto the belly, and even their own star, and even their own star,
This bright little star moving over the sky.
and even their own star. Now this talks about casualties in the angelic realm of stars being beat down to the earth by other stars. This is literally an angel war that we're seeing, and the war in heaven. This is going to be wild, and I don't know how much of this we're going to see. During this time, the word in Isaiah says, you know, you better get in and hide, because there's going to be all kinds of strange going on. This is when Jesus said men's hearts are going to fail them for fear. Their hearts are just going to give out because it's just too much for them. Now, there is a precise correlation to this in the scripture about the smiting down of the stars. Now, let's read it in Daniel chapter 8 and verse 10. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the host of the stars to the ground, and stamped upon them. That there's going to be casualties in the spiritual war. We're actually going to have angels fighting and destroying one another, casting them to the ground and stamping them. And in this text, it says that the little horn will do this.
It says the little horn will do this. Remember, they were having a vision, you guys. Like, this is like kind of... I remember when I first started looking into this. Zulu One, what's up? Much love to you, bro. Good to see you. And see someone in the chat named Chirp71, I think, if I can see that right. It's kind of small, but it says, Effed Up World, you are opening my eyes to see something I never thought of before. And thank you for pointing that, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's not me, though. It's not me showing you, because we're actually reading this from the prophets. Like, that's who's showing. Like, that's what David Carrico is learning from those prophets, and those prophets wrote it down by, you know, who gave him the words. The word of the Lord came to me. The word of God came to me. Jesus wrote all this stuff. So to me, I think it's awesome that he's teaching a lot of people on YouTube and all over the place. Excuse me. Okay. So this right now, we're going to see my part of the video of this, even their own star video, where I'm going to show you the dragon. And there's some Daniel, I think he just saw this. That's what I would say. He saw this and he gave an awesome description of it visually. And it's one that we can understand. And so much that I think Daniel, he even knew to describe the separate, the stage separations of the rocket launch. He was describing it breaking into pieces and continuing on. And the other part would fall to the ground, and then it would continue on, and another little horn came out from that one, and then it would continue on like that. Daniel chapter 8, verses 1 through 10. Go read it. And what happens at the end, what does the thing end up doing? It ends up going all the way up to the stars, and it casts some of the stars down to the ground. So there's something flying over the surface of the earth, and Daniel's seeing it, telling us that it looks like a he-goat with a notable horn between his eyes. And this thing goes, and it goes all the way up to the stars. But there's something to understand here. Okay, let me try to explain. It's probably not the best on the screen, but that says, "And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard." This is the one that John saw coming up from the sea. It was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear. Now, let me explain because something stood out to me for years now. When the shuttle, I see these four kingdoms as being the shuttle, all the vehicles, or all the main vehicles or whatever that built the space station, that makes it what it is today. Okay, you have the shuttle, which primarily brought things up for the space station, but the shuttle was retired in 2011. And it was almost 10 years that there was no way to get to the space station except one way, and that was on a Russian rocket, a Russian Soyuz. So all the NASA astronauts, they hitched a ride from Russia for 10 years to get to space. And if you think about that, that could be almost like the feet of a bear. Get it? And then it says the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority. SpaceX Dragon, resupplying the space station. This is not nonsense. And to people that think it's nonsense, I don't know. I can't really, I'm not going to say what you think is nonsense, but if you say what I think is nonsense, then maybe we're on a different page. But I do know. Eugene 12 says space station spacecraft is so awesome. I think Eugene 12 doesn't quite understand what my stance is. But that's okay. The space station spacecraft is probably not awesome. It's probably the worst thing that men have ever made or built or put any effort into or had an idea to build. And they did that because they were deceived. Oh, that's cool. I can zoom in. See that right there? You know what that is? That's a dragon. Right there. Okay. But anyway, so I was just going to explain that. But yeah, check this out.
Behold, an he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had two horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him in the fury of his power. And I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him, and smote the ram, and brake his two horns.
Okay, I have to explain something. He's talking about a ram. Why am I showing a rocket? Okay. Because, yeah, that makes no sense. But it does, if you look at the words that Daniel spoke. Okay, so in this, Daniel said he saw this he-goat, and it went over, he saw this ram that had two horns that was standing by the river. Well, when you have to pay attention to details, Daniel said he had to lift his eyes. He looked up to see this thing, and it was high. He said it was high, and one was higher than the other, and the higher came up, it was above his head what he was looking at. And so if we were to go to Google and type in Daniel 8, he-goat or ram or something, we're going to see tons of depictions of a ram, like the animal, like a ram, up in the air, fighting with a goat up in the air, like flying around, and there's like a goat, and it's like, okay, that is what it's saying, but it's, first of all, it's not very realistic. Second of all, Daniel used a word that is used in the Bible to be part of construction, a pilaster or a column or a pillar. So there is a video that now that I said that, I must continue this live stream for one more video after this one called Demons of Arabia, where there's a great pillar being borne through the air by some demons, but we couldn't see the demons, but the pillar we could see. Okay, there's something deep to this idea of a pillar, but that word ram, it's in Hebrew, it's Ayil, and it can be a ram for its strength, like like the animal. But it says, like, it's used in First Kings, I think, for part of Solomon's temple for a lintel, that's like a header, like a long, straight, structural, like strong piece. And then it was also used in Ezekiel's temple. Okay, so that word it was used for a post, like a gate post. That was the word, same word that Daniel used to describe this ram. So it is the same word. So Daniel could have clearly been saying that he saw another word for it was like a strong oak tree, or like a tree, a mighty man. That was another, that was Strong's exhaustive concordance for that word, Ayil. Same word as ram. The definition is a ram. So there's more to that word. But so when the he-goats moved at this ram with collar, I'm just like thinking that it could just be this, but check it out.
There was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he cast him down to the ground and stamped upon him. There was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven.
Notice, towards the 4 winds of heaven. Okay, little details like that. It's happening up in the sky. Oh, cool, Eugene 12. I just think I think it was over at Jaronism's chat. You were giving me trouble, I think, if I remember right, or you were giving me a hard time. But if that wasn't you, I apologize. But I think it was you. But anyway, that's beside the point. But here we go. Notice Daniel's describing stage separations, you guys. And out of that came 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. And out of just check it out.
And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceeding great toward the south, and toward the east, and toward the pleasant land. And it waxed great, even to the host of heaven. And it cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground.
So this is why I don't think it's a great idea to be telling people, no, the beast hasn't come, none of this has happened. I think we got 80 years left. I don't know, like, I'm not telling anybody else that I know everything or something, but I'll tell you what. When he's saying it waxed great even to the host of heaven, I'll tell you what, in our world today, there is a little horn that waxes great and goes up to the sky all the way to heaven. So guess what's going to happen next, guys? Guess what's going to happen? Daniel gave us the vision. Daniel saw it already.
Stamped upon them. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And an host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression, and it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered.
And this video we already watched. This is just the same one, a beast coming up out of the earth, making fire come back down from heaven. Okay, Demons of Arabia. This is from the Testament of Solomon, and it is crazy.
Again, in those days, there came to me a letter from Adares, the king of the Arabians, saying, To King Solomon, greeting. We have heard of the wisdom that has been given to thee, and that thou art a compassionate man, and that thou hast power over all spirits that are in the air, or on the earth, or under the earth. Now be it known to thee that there is a destroying spirit in this land, For every day at dawn there arises a wind which blows for 3 hours, and it is so venomous that every one on whom it blows dies, and it kills the cattle also. Now therefore we entreat thee in thy wisdom to devise some means, and if it may be, send us a man who can capture the spirit. And if thou canst do so, then I and my people will be tributary unto thee, and Arabia shall keep peace with thee. And we beseech thee, make not light of our petition, for we are in a great strait. And so farewell. When I had read this letter, I folded it up again and gave it to my chief counselor, saying, Bring it again to my remembrance after 7 days. Then I thought upon the matter, and after the 7 days I called one of my servants and said to him, Make ready a camel, and get an empty wineskin. And he did so. Now the wineskin was made of a whole hide of a beast, so that it had the upper parts of the 4 legs remaining upon it, the legs being sewn up, and the neck open. I said to him further, Take this ring, and go into Arabia, to the place where the venomous wind blows, and take the skin, and hold the ring in front of the mouth of the skin towards the wind, so that the wind shall blow through the ring. And when the skin is blown up, you will know that the demon is inside it. Then hasten and tie up the neck of the skin, and seal it with the ring, and put it upon the camel, and bring it to me. But if on the way the demon promise you gold and silver and treasures to let him go, see that you do not obey him, but rather make him reveal to you where the treasures are hid, and mark the places, and come on to me. Now go, and good success be with you. So my servant set out, and came to Arabia, and the men of the country doubted much whether he could capture the spirit. But when the day was dawning, even the first day after his coming, he rose up and set the skin with its mouth towards the wind, and laid the ring in the mouth of it. And the wind blew through the ring, and entered into the skin, and puffed it up. And the man caught the neck of the skin, and closed it, and sealed it with the ring in the name of the Most High. Then he abode yet 3 days in the place to make trial of his success. But the poisonous wind blew no more, so that all the Arabians were assured that the demon was safely shut up. And they rejoiced greatly, and gave him many precious gifts, and did him great honor. And when he set forth to come back to me, they accompanied him to their borders. So he brought the skin back to Jerusalem, and put it in the midst of the temple. Now at this time I, Solomon, was somewhat troubled, because I had a great stone made ready to be placed upon the corner of the temple, and none of my workmen and none of the demons were able to lift it and set it in its appointed place.
Okay, I just got to clarify what he just said there, or like a specific part of it. Okay, so he captured this demon of the wind or whatever, this venomous wind, in this wineskin, and all of a sudden he starts talking about the stone that he wants put up on the temple, but nobody could do it. Nobody could lift it up there. So the point I want to make is that the wind, of all the demons, the wind is the strongest demon, and you'll see, because he asked the demon to lift it up there, and it's like, no problem. The demon puts it up there. Boom. And then the demon makes him an offer. So check this out. This is crazy stuff. And then actually right after this, I'm going to play a video that I made called How Mighty the Demons Were. It's from the same book.
But I was exceedingly desirous to put it there, because it was of such beauty and excellence. And on the morning after my servant was come back out of Arabia, I went down to the temple, thinking by what means I could lift the stone. And as I entered the temple, I saw the skin, and it rose up and hopped 7 paces, and fell on its face, and did obeisance to me. And I marveled, and bade it stand up, and it stood on its feet, puffed up with wind. Then I asked, Who are you? And a voice answered me from within the skin, I am Ephippus, who dwell in Arabia. And I said, What can you do? And it answered, I can overturn kings' palaces, and wither the green trees of the wood, and I can move mountains. Then I said, Are you able to move this stone, and lift it up, and set it upon the corner of the temple? And it said, Not only can I do so, O king, but if I have the demon that is in the Red Sea to help me, I can bring up the great pillar that is there and set it in whatever place you command. So I said, Lift up the cornerstone. And the skin first of all became flattened, as if the wind was gone out of it, and slipped itself under the stone, and then it blew itself out again, so that the stone was lifted up upon its back, and it walked upon its stumps, bearing the stone to the ladder, and climbed up and set the stone safely in its place upon the corner of the temple, and I was greatly rejoiced, and all Jerusalem with me. After that I sent Ephippas to fetch to me the demon that is in the Red Sea, and commanded them to bring with them the great pillar. And after a while I saw the pillar being borne through the air, and was astonished at the strength of the two demons. And when I considered with myself how mighty they were, and how they could shake the whole world in a moment of time, I feared to let them go. I made therefore a circle about them in the air with my ring, and said, Stay there. And the demons stayed, holding the pillar sloping between heaven and earth, and there they are to this day. And if anyone looks, he can see the pillar sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world.
Them that dwell in heaven.
And if anyone looks, he can see the pillar sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world. And if anyone looks, he can see the pillar sloping in the heavens, but the demons he cannot see. But when they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world.
When they let fall the pillar, then will be the end of the world. Doesn't that kind of ring bells with right along with John saying, He made fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceived them who dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles he had power to do in the sight of the beast. You guys, demons are the only reason why reusable rockets are a thing, okay? And I'm not done yet. Check this video out. And when they were gone, I ordered Orneus be brought forward and said to him, Tell me how you know this. And he answered, We demons ascend into the firmament of heaven and fly about among the stars. And we hear the sentences which go forth upon the souls of men. And forthwith we come, and whether by force or of influence, or by fire, or by sword, or by some accident, we veil our act of destruction. And if a man does not die by some untimely disaster or by violence, then we demons transform ourselves in such a way as to appear to men and be worshipped in our human nature. I therefore... Did you guys hear that? I just had to pause it. Did you hear that? I gotta rewind it. Listen to what he says that they do in their human nature, and I'm going to show you something. Appear to men and be worshipped in our human nature. So they appear to men and be worshipped in their human nature. I got something from the Book of Enoch to play in a minute, or to read you after this video. This one's only like 4 more minutes, but this one's pretty crazy too. I therefore, having heard this, glorified the Lord God, and again I questioned the demons, saying, Tell me how ye can ascend into heaven, being demons, and amidst the stars and holy angels intermingle. And he answered, Just as things are fulfilled in heaven, so also on earth are fulfilled the types of all of them. For there are principalities, authorities, world rulers, and we demons fly about in the air. And we hear the voices of the heavenly beings, and survey all the powers, and as having no ground basis on which to alight the rest, we lose strength and fall off like leaves from trees, And men seeing us imagine that the stars are falling from heaven. But it is not really so, O king, but we fall because of our weakness, and because we have nowhere anything to lay hold of, and so we fall down like lightnings in the depth of the night and suddenly, and we set cities in flames and fires in the fields. For the stars have firm foundations in the heavens, like the sun and the moon. And I, Solomon, having heard this, ordered the demon to be guarded for 5 days, and after the 5 days I recalled the old man, and was about to question him. Okay, I got to give you a little background on the story. I didn't really make this video very good, but I'll give you the background. So, that demon, he was like, tell me how you know this. That's how the video started out. Well, what it was the demon, okay, this old man and his son were fighting with each other. And like, maybe the old man, I can't remember the exact story, but the old man maybe said, my son's going to kill me, or vice versa, one or the other. And so Solomon was trying to kind of settle this problem and say, you guys got to get along or whatever. And as Solomon's talking with these two fighting people, this Orneus demon that is obviously in view of Solomon, kind of makes eye contact with Solomon and starts laughing. But it was while these two were fighting and they're trying to solve this thing. And Solomon, like, it kind of pissed him off, and he's like, he ordered the fighting son and father out and ordered them to bring Orneus to him. And he said, that's when he said, tell me how you, or no, he said, why are you laughing? Why were you laughing? Like Orneus was going to be in some trouble. And Orneus said, well, I'm laughing because the son will be dead in 3 days. And so Solomon didn't know if he could believe what the demon was saying, but it was only 3 days, and so he let them 3 days go on, and then the father came back in, and that's right where we are right now. So Solomon didn't know what was going on necessarily, but he was just waiting it out because the demon said he would be dead in 3 days. And then that's when he said he was explaining how he knew that he would be dead in 3 days. Okay. That the son would be dead because they fly up to the firmament of heaven and they hear the judgments that go forth over the sons of men or whatever in the heavens. So they hear the information somehow. And it's information, like information that wouldn't ever be able to be known without these, like, how you can't know when a man's going to die. That, like, I think how it said it, like, the command goes forth for a man to die or something like that. Like, however that works. Well, the demons know ahead of time. And so he didn't know if it was true. Solomon didn't know if what the demon said was true. And so Solomon waited the 3 days, and then all of a sudden the old man came in by himself, without his son, I think. So that's where we continue here. But he came to me in grief and with a black face. And I said to him, tell me, old man, where's thy son? And what means this garb? And he answered, lo, I am become childless, and sit by my son's grave in despair. For it is already 2 days that he is dead. But I, Solomon, on hearing that, and knowing that the demon Orneus had told me the truth, glorified the God of Israel. And the queen of the south saw all this and marveled. Okay, and this is where I think I've done this a couple times in the live stream now. This video, this is like one of my earlier, like as I'm making the video edits, and somehow I keep playing it and it's like it's not edited right. The music goes too loud. So anyway, but you get the point that what the demon said came true. And so Solomon was like, it opened, something up to Solomon he hadn't really considered. He didn't know that they could do that. He didn't know. But but he had power over these demons apparently, and wisdom and stuff. Like they had to obey him. Now, there's a comment in chat that I have to probably agree with. I don't really know. Solomon was a weird magician playing with demons or jinns with his secretive ring, having hundreds of children. Weird dude, indeed, Solomon. I don't know. I do know that, of course, your Uncommon Ground probably wouldn't like that book because there's demons in the firmament. There's several books that have demons in the firmament. Many books that have demons in the firmament, including the book of Jude, Wandering Stars. Anyway, what I'm going to do is, should I play that one video where Fauci's talking about when normal will return? I think I should play that video. I think I should. Here we go.
Michael, good morning.
Good morning, Jeff. There's been one question here in New York City. All the people behind me here have been asking it. When will normal life return? We asked Dr. Fauci. Here's what he had to say.
Talking about getting back to a degree of normality which resembles where we were prior to COVID.
Well, actually, never mind. Doesn't matter what Fauci says. Normal life isn't going to return. Jesus is.
Ready for another video? Here's one. This one, I believe, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's The Vision of St. Paul, another book that talks about demons in the firmament. And the angel answered and said unto me, Follow me, and I will show you the place of the just, where they are led when they are deceased. And after these things, taking thee into the abyss, I will show thee the souls of sinners, and what sort of place they are led into when they have deceased. And I proceeded back after the angel, and he led me into heaven. And I looked back upon the firmament, and I saw in the same place power, and there was their oblivion, which deceives, and draws down to itself the hearts of men, and the spirit of detraction, and the spirit of fornication, and the spirit of madness, and the spirit of insolence. And there were there the princes of vices. These I saw under the firmament of heaven. And again I looked back, and I saw angels without mercy, having no pity, whose countenance was full of madness, and their teeth sticking out beyond the mouth. Their eyes shone like the morning star of the east, and from the hairs of their heads sparks of fire went out, or from their mouth. And I asked the angel, saying, Sir, who are those? And the angel answered and said unto me, These are those who are destined to the souls of the impious in the hour of need, who did not believe that they had the Lord for their helper, nor hoped in him. And he took me down from the third heaven, and led me into the second heaven. And again he led me on to the firmament, and from the firmament he led me over the doors of heaven. The beginning of its foundation was on a river which waters all the earth. And I asked the angel and said, Lord, what is this river of water? And he said to me, This is Oceanus. And suddenly I went out of heaven, and I understood that it is the light of heaven which lightens all the earth. For the land there is 7 times brighter than silver. And I said, Lord, what is this place? And he said to me, This is the land of promise. Hast thou never heard what is written? Are you guys listening? Because, right after he talked about the firmament, this is Paul, the Apostle Paul. It's a book called The Vision of St. Paul. When they found a book under his house that he had written in a box, like a lead box or something. And it was The Vision of St. Paul, where he wrote about his journey up into heaven. Now, there's too much in this that, the kind of understanding we're getting for, the creation of, the whole creation. That just reminds me of something. Let me read prophecy from Enoch. Let me find it. Enoch 93, I think, if I remember right, talks about the eternal plant of righteousness or something would be elected or selected or something, and then they would be given sevenfold instruction concerning the whole creation. That was going to happen at the, it was the last week of, it was I don't remember how it was. Let's see here. Oh yeah, the apocalypse of weeks. There was weeks, there was, it was kind of like what we see in history, would be a week. It says in this week, a man shall ascend. Let's see here. Where is it? Okay. I think we're in the 7th week. But verse 9 in chapter 93 says, And after that, in the 7th week, shall an apostate generation arise, and many shall be its deeds, and all its deeds shall be apostate. And at its close, check this out, and at its close shall be elected the elect righteous of the eternal plant of righteousness. I don't really know exactly what that means, but those people or whatever, it says, to receive sevenfold instruction concerning all his creation. Think about this, these debates and the things that we've been talking about. That horrible topic, that trigger word, flat earth, just think about it. To receive sevenfold instruction concerning all his creation. Who's been talking about Genesis? Everybody. The whole world's been talking about this stuff. Or people all over in the world. Kimbo Slice says, talk about a demon. And I was actually thinking about that. You guys probably noticed that a lot of my videos they're not really on the, the happy side or whatever. What I'm saying is that the subject matter isn't exciting. It's not something to look forward to. It's not, do you know what I'm saying? So that makes it kind of weird. I get these comments all the time. Why don't you, why do you focus on darkness or what? I get the comments like that, and I get it. But there is a reason why. And the reason why is because destruction is coming. Physical destruction. And you don't have to believe me, but if you had the understanding that I have of what these prophets saw, then it must happen. And the way it happens is not a way that anybody would expect, but it's clearly just written right out in Enoch 57. It just says it. Do you want me to read it? It's just one or two verses. One, I think. One verse. Tells you about what's going to cause the sky to roll up like a scroll. Of course, it's God going to do it, but he's not going to do it with his hands. Like, he wrote it in the hearts of these wicked kings. They're going to do it to fulfill his will. It's like, you know, he doesn't have to get his hands dirty or whatever. You know, you get what I'm saying. God wrote it in their hearts to fulfill his will. And here's what's going to happen is Enoch 57. Let me go there. Oh, you guys got that on the page. And I know I paused that video. The point I'm trying to make is, if we go to the ascension of Isaiah, there's two places in there. One, they're ascending up to the firmament, and the other one, they're coming down to the firmament from the higher heavens. Both times they run into evil angels fighting with each other. Samuel and his hosts, and also Satan's angels were fighting within in the firmament. So that's probably why some of these books they're frowned upon by Sean and Wes and those guys. Oh, that's so silly. That's ridiculous. Isaiah doesn't know what he's talking, or this is not written. You know, they've got nothing but negative things to say about it. And I think a big reason is because they don't understand what's being revealed. And here's probably why. Here's why. Now, I'm not trying to judge someone or say they're bad or something. What I'm trying to do is I hope that they just watch this and actually pay attention to I like what... I gotta scroll up. It was Eugene 12 said, let's see, where was that? Was it Eugene 12? It was. I kind of lost my my train of thought here. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I do agree with you with space being a habitation. I don't think it was that one. You're a brother in Christ. If I did, I apologize. Still love you, my man. Oh yeah, no, it was no problem, Eugene. I got the point of what you were saying. I'm a moderator on Jaren's channel, and I think Eugene was kind of like, because there's a lot of language. I'll tell you what. I'm not gonna block anything on Jaren's channel. Like, if it, you know, when you're a mod and it says you can hide it or show it, I just don't do either. Because it, you know, I just kind of whatever. But it depends on what channel it is. You hear how Jaren talks, whatever. That's it. That's his channel. So I'm obviously not going to be like blocking people that are commenting the same type of talk. Do you know what I'm saying? But anyway, that was what Eugene was giving me trouble about, if I remember right. But it wasn't like trouble. You were just kind of like mentioning it or whatever. And I'm like, all right, I get it. I get what you're saying. I can't do anything about it. Oh, Soyuz launch. That wasn't it. Okay, I don't remember what it was. Sorry, guys. Maybe it was... Yeah, you're right. Eugene 12 says the Enoch. Yes, it's for the distant generation. It's the very first verse in the book of Enoch says it's for a far distant generation that will be alive during the tribulation. That's what it says. First verse in the book. Let me just read this is one of my favorite things at the rest of Enoch 93 here, starting in verse 11. For who is there of all the children of men, that's us, that is able to hear the voice of the Holy One without being troubled, and who can think his thoughts? And who is there that can behold all the works of heaven? Like, just think about that. I don't think anybody would claim to behold all the works of heaven, would they? Maybe NASA would, but nobody actually would, probably. Nobody has seen all the works. Are you kidding me? Maybe Enoch. Maybe he could now. I don't know. And how should there be one who could behold the heaven? And who is there that could understand the things of heaven? And see a soul or a spirit and could tell thereof? Or ascend and see all their ends and think them or do like them? And who is there of all men that could know what is the breadth and the length of the earth, and to whom has been shown the measure of all of them? Or is there anyone who could discern the length of the heaven, and how great is its height? And upon what is it founded? What it is founded? And how great the number of the stars, and where all the luminaries rest? Like during the day, where are the luminaries? Well, they're just finishing that circle, aren't they? Well, we don't know that. You can't see them. Think about this, though. That second to that last verse, that is like this debate getting, this whole debate. If a person says, I believe I was created by a God, that, it doesn't matter if you think he's a loving God or an evil God. What I'm saying is, do you believe that some form that's not a human being, of course your mother and father made you, but that an outside of this world, that something's holding this world together and making things like breathing life into your lungs and making you be a human being with desires and needs and all the things that we all display and live in our lives. Think about it. If you believe that, then you have to consider these things like the breadth of the earth. Do you really think we know how big this world is? Now, if you're living on a globe, of course you do. It's 3,959 miles to the center, the radius. Okay, let me read this verse again. And who is there of all men that could know what is the breadth and the length of the earth, and to whom has been shown the measure of all of them? Think about it. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Sure is a lot of people with some kind of knowledge. Man, I should read Job 38. Wow, I got it open right here. Weird. Then the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Losing my voice again. Gird up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare, if thou hast understanding. Who has laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Not stretch the curve upon it. You don't stretch a curve, you stretch a... Yeah. Have you ever snapped a line before? Like a chalk box? Or like a chalk line? Do you snap a curve or do you snap a line? Well, anyway. A compass draws a circle, not a sphere. Lots of things in the Bible are against the globe, guys. And then here's the other thing. The globe claims to know everything. The Bible claims that no man knows everything. The globe knows everything about everything. Knows, specifically, the radius is hilarious because they actually, if I Google it, it will actually say 3,959 miles. Not 60, not 58, 59. that is like mocking the word of God, spitting on it. Like, yeah, we do know. We know the orbit. We know orbital mechanics. Yeah. Wow. I'm going to keep reading this. Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Or who shut up the sea with doors, and when it brake forth, as if it had issued out of the womb? When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness a swaddling band for it, and break up for it my decreed place, and set bars and doors, and said, hitherto shalt thou come, but no further, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed. That's why people talk about the ice wall. Because there's some sort of ice wall, or some sort of wall. There's some sort of, exactly what that says, thy proud waves shall be stayed, or here shall thy proud waves be stayed. I'm going to finish reading the rest of this after we hear a little bit more about, I want to, this vision of Paul that's on the screen now. I should probably be more clear in my live streams, like you guys know what's going on in my head. Okay, we're going back to the video now. Sorry. And I'm going to continue reading, but Job 38 later. But in the video here, he's talking about all these in the firmament. When he looked back on the firmament, he saw evil and all these spirits, like the spirit of fornication and insolence and all these spirits and the princes of vices. Okay, so he saw this evil in the firmament. He saw something else there, guys. Very important. We've been talking about it this whole stream almost. The kingdom. Okay, and look what, there's something really interesting that Paul says in here, that it will be manifested before the time. Yeah, paradise or whatever. I don't remember exactly the wording, but listen. And I asked the angel, saying, Sir, who are those? And the angel answered and said unto me, These are those who are destined to the souls of the impious in the hour of need, who did not believe that they had the Lord for their helper, nor hoped in him. And he took me down from the third heaven, and led me into the second heaven. And again he led me on to the firmament, and from the firmament he led me over the doors of heaven. The beginning of its foundation was on a river which waters all the earth. And I asked the angel and said, Lord, what is this river of water? And he said to me, This is Oceanus. And suddenly I went out of heaven, and I understood that it is the light of heaven which lightens all the earth. For the land there is 7 times brighter than silver. And I said, Lord, what is this place? And he said to me, This is the land of promise. Hast thou never heard what is written? Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Are you guys getting this? Like, seriously, I keep pausing it, but I could listen to this 10 times. A land of promise, guys. It's up in heaven, up in the sky, but at some point it comes down to the earth. Let me go back. Okay, there's this Oceanus. Sorry, I got my mouth full. Oceanus, and I don't know. I've never heard of that before till reading this book, but here we go. For the land there is 7 times brighter than silver. And I said, Lord, what is this place? And he said to me, This is the land of promise. Hast thou never heard what is written? Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The souls, therefore, of the just, when they have gone out of the body, are meanwhile dismissed to this place. And I said to the angel, Then this land will be manifested before the time? And the angel answered and said to me, When Christ, whom thou preachest, shall come to reign, then, by the sentence of God, the first earth will be dissolved, and this land of promise will then be revealed. And it will be like dew or cloud, and then the Lord Jesus Christ, the King eternal, will be manifested and will come with all his saints to dwell in it. And he will reign over them 1,000 years, and they will eat of the good things which I shall now show unto thee. Did you guys catch that? That was from the vision of the vision of St. Paul. He said, the land of promise will be manifested before the time. And you know that wording, before the time, you know what that's talking about. Remember Legion? When Jesus was going to cast, they didn't want to go to the deep or to the, whatever, the abyss or whatever. And so they were like, put us in these swine, right? And they said that what they said to him was, have you come to torment us before the time? Like, because they know there's an appointed time, the day of the Lord, or whatever. They thought they were going to be cast into, or whatever. They're like, it's not already the time, is it? So that's what it's talking about, the time. Okay, he says, so this land of promise. So when I write research flat Earth on screen, I should change that to believe flat Earth. And that's where, I'm not trying to get people to agree with me. I'm just sharing my ideas. The way I think about this is because of all these prophets, not because of like an idea that I have, because I don't really, my ideas aren't, my ideas are better just like being quiet and listening to their ideas. So, let's listen to it a little bit more. When Christ, whom thou preachest, shall come to reign, then, by the sentence of God, the first earth will be dissolved, and this land of promise will then be revealed. Oh, it'll be revealed, huh? I've had something revealed to me. How about a bunch of people in the chat probably have had something revealed to them too? And did you hear what he said? It's coming with the Son of God. Just think about that. He cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him. Let's see. Okay. So back to Job 38. Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days, and caused the dayspring to know his place? That it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. And from the wicked their light is withholden, and the high arm shall be broken. Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea, or hast thou walked in the search of the depth? Have the gates of death been opened unto thee? Or hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death? Hast thou perceived the breath of the earth? Declare it, if thou knowest it all. Would you, if he asked you that, would you say, it has a radius of 3,959 miles? Would you say that to God if he said, hast thou perceived the breath of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all. Like, my words would be like, oh, you know how big the earth is? Well, let it out. Tell me. How big is it? Right now, tell me. Like, think about that. Would you tell him, yeah, I know? Nobody would. Nobody would. And if they think they know, then they probably don't think much of God. That's what it seems like. Like they probably don't, like wouldn't consider it. They'd be like, I'd tell him right now. Probably. Yeah, sure you would. I think, like, yeah, I'm going to keep reading. Yeah, I don't think anybody's perceived the breadth of the earth. The breadth. That means like width. right? Eric L. Toro says, or the distance to the sun. Same. Yes, exactly. 93 million miles. No, it's just up in the sky. A lot more accurate. Let's see. Where is the way where light dwelleth? And as for darkness, where's the place thereof? That thou shouldest take it to the bound thereof. Here, take this darkness and go bring it over there. Come on. Like, there's things like this whole world is just so complex. Like, I was thinking, okay, there's a video I want to make sometime, and it's about like perspective, but it's like a really weird way to think about something, but it works. Like, it is the right way to think about it. But there's almost like two ways. You can draw it on paper and it makes sense, but it's not accurate. But you can draw it on paper so that it, like, yeah, that's what it would be. But it doesn't work. It has to do with perspective. Like, I could probably make the video better than I could explain it, especially with my vocabulary. It's not my high point. I like the easy words, but if the sun's setting, okay, let's just stand and close our eyes, and we're looking out towards the sunset. Okay, let's say we're at the ocean. Okay, so there's nothing blocking the sun. We can see. It's almost ready to look like it's going to touch the water, okay? It's right down. It's like just about to set, okay? And there's clouds too. A deck of clouds. But the sun is, I mean, if you were painting a picture, the sun would be below the clouds. But we all know the sun's way higher than the clouds, right? But from your view, the sun will be lower than the clouds. So from your view, as you look at the sun down on the horizon, and you just look right above it, and you see clouds, and the clouds kind of come all the way to you, like to right above you. Well, would it be possible for light from the sun, from your view, the sun is below the clouds. So would sunlight be able to go from where it's at on the horizon to the clouds that are above your head, that are closer to you, and then back down to your eye or whatever? Like, would you be able to see light coming from the sun on the bottom of the clouds? Of course you would, because the sun is down there and the light can easily hit the bottom of the clouds. Right? It works. Like, there's no way that it wouldn't work. If you have a light, and like if you have an umbrella and you have a light, you're holding the umbrella above your head and you're looking at a light. If you can see that light, that means the light can bounce off your umbrella and back down if the light was going up. Do you know what I'm saying? It could easily light your umbrella up, like underneath your umbrella, if you can see it, right? So draw it on paper now. Well, the sun's always higher than the clouds. There's no way any light's getting down there. So reality's not on paper. I hope I described that in some sort of way that made sense. Okay, let's see. That thou shouldst take it to the bound thereof. Oh, this is darkness. That thou shouldest take it to the bound thereof, and that thou shouldest know the paths to the house thereof. Knowest thou it because thou was then born, or because the number of thy days is great? Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow, or hast thou seen the treasures of the hail, which I have reserved against the time of trouble, against the day of battle and war? By what way is the light parted, which scattereth the east wind upon the earth? What is that saying? By what way is the light parted, which scattereth the east wind upon the earth? I might have to look into that verse a little bit. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We could keep reading that, but I'm not going to. That's just one of my favorite chapters. I'm going to actually end the stream because it's been like, what, a 4-hour stream or something? I hope it's been fun. Seriously, all the signs that are here and happening and coming to pass. I guess I'll play this video on the way out. It's called Firmament Breach. Firmament Breach. And yeah, thank you guys. And please share the info. I don't care if you share the video or whatever. Share the info. And why? Oh, I never read Enoch 57. What I'm going to do is have you guys... I'll read it right now. This is the one where this tells you what does the destruction. And it's so clear, but so invisible. I don't know why people don't. This is very simple. Alright, I'm going to read the first 2 verses only. So this is Enoch chapter 57. And it came to pass after this that I saw another host of wagons and men riding thereon, and coming on the winds from the east and from the west to the south. And the noise from their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it. And the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from one end of heaven to the other in one day. And then I'll read verse 3. And they shall all fall down and worship the Lord of spirits. And this is the end of the second parable. So if you go back and you study those verses I just read to you, you'll see maybe another version that says chariots. But there was men riding on these chariots, and they were really loud, and they shook apart. Go to chapter 60, and you can see that they shook they made the heavens quake and shake. Shake and quake. What would it say? I'll read it. In that parable, I saw how a mighty quaking made the heaven of heavens to quake. And the host of the Most High and the angels 1,000, and 10,000 times 10,000 were disquieted with a great disquiet. So they made the angels nervous. And the head of days sat on the throne of his glory, and the angels and the righteous stood around him. So look what it says here, though. So he faints, and Michael sends another angel to help him up, raise him up. And he says, and when he raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the commotion, and the quaking of heaven. That was noise that did that, guys. Sound. Hello, Mike. Good to see you. And everyone, of course. So yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out. This is, to me, this chapter right here, what we're reading right now, I was reading 60 there, but 57 is when Enoch saw the pillars of the earth being moved from their place. And it was sound that did it. And the sound came from wagons, and they were flying because they were coming on the wind. And they had men on them. So they were either some kind of flying machine or something that was flying that was loud. And interesting that in our world right now, I think the loudest sound that men have ever made, like continuous sound, not like a detonation, but a continuous sound, I think is the Saturn V. Google it. It's a Saturn V. It's a rocket. So yeah, and that Starship and booster that SpaceX is building right now, pretty sure that'll be quite a bit louder than Saturn V. Anyway, welcome to the end of the world, and there's one way out, and it's the Son of God. He's real, and he's trying to get a hold of you, trying to wake you up, trying to wake me up. He's waking a lot of us up, like a lot of us up. And I really think it's just that people have to just realize the world we live in, we're not, like, reading that Job 38, that's humbling, like, if you really think about it. Like, we were reading Enoch 93 where he's saying, who of the Son of Men can know these things? And then same thing with Job 38. What is all these words without knowledge? We have a heliocentric solar system understanding, and unfortunately that is a handicap in reality. So research flat earth and call on the name of the Lord, because that's probably the only important things to do. And of course, like this video and subscribe and stuff like that too. I'm just kidding. So yeah, thanks guys, and have a great night, morning, whatever it is for you. Lori Tillman said it, Jesus is the only way out. And the only way to live. Because, like, we're in bodies that die. So we all know that. That's obvious. Everybody knows body only lasts so long. But Jesus has a body that looks just like this, apparently. Eats food. But it's different because it's eternal and it's incorruptible. It doesn't perish. It doesn't do anything that defiles. It doesn't do any bad things. It doesn't, basically it doesn't sin. Can you imagine what everything would be if, like, all the temptations and like, I mean, I'm thinking like fried ice cream or whatever, all that kind of stuff is probably, like, people like that, whatever kind of junk food or whatever. Think about it once. You don't usually eat it, but it's because it's not good. But, like, if you kind of look at the spiritual world, you don't need anything like that. You don't have that, like, it's just a different earth, a new earth that we're going to be living on. Thanks, Daryl Lee. We all have a lot to think about, don't we? And it almost is, like, a little intimidating and scary to see the world just, like, flipping out with all the masks and all the just the stuff. Like, when I go listen to Beck and Growler, I'm like, man, what's going on with this world? There in Australia, it's just not good there, you know? And the whole world is like, Austin Whitsitt was in Hollywood, and they're, you know, the stuff that people are saying there is just crazy. Like, they're living in a different world, a falling world that's gonna fall. Like, that's what I think Enoch saw. He saw that world above us, or sideways world, or whatever it is, space or whatever, darkness. That's going to be mixed up with this world down here on the earth. And some people will be raised up. There's a day coming. And, you know, I don't know if it's like a day. I don't know what happens. But I know what he said. He said he'll raise us up on the last day. And Paul was talking about it, saying that the dead in Christ will go up first. And then the people that are still alive would meet them up in the clouds. Like, that's crazy to think about. And it's like almost unbelievable. Like, you're like, how? Like, doesn't seem realistic. Doesn't seem like that'll ever happen. Believe me, the things that we're going to see, if you were to go back 10 years right now, and I would have told you the things that we've seen in the last 10 years or 20 years, however much time you wanted to do, you would not believe it. And you would also not believe the state of mind that you find yourself in now because of all the things that have been happening. Like, especially just the last 2 years, like, with all that weirdness. Like, I don't know when it was. It was, March or something. 2 years ago? Whatever. I was driving, like, rush hour time. Nobody on the road. Nobody. And the cars that were on the road were going like 100 everywhere. There was no cops, it was like weird. It was nobody on the road. And I'm like it was on Highway 100. And I'm going, all the other times I'm on this road, all the lanes are filled with cars. And now it's like, 4 or 6 lanes, nobody but me. That's not something to just forget about. What I'm saying is the whole world like stopped for a minute and never really got started quite yet, right? I mean, still got I can't even talk about it. Like, there's one example. I can't even talk about it on my channel. If I say 2 words wrong, or even just 2 words, all of a sudden I'm a medical doctor trying to give advice, right? Like, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But I think we read at least once tonight that they will go out of their minds. That's what it said. At that time, the Lord will start to rescue those who are on the earth, and the people on earth will go out of their mind. So, I think I said crazy COVID after that, but yeah, that's the world. So be strong and make sure to, just open your heart to these things. Like, I'm even hard-hearted, or is that the right word, hard-hearted? Like, my heart isn't ready to believe some of these things. It's like, no, don't tell me that yet. Don't, I don't want to, like, some of this stuff is like, if I'm understanding it right, it's crazy. It is crazy. I am the crazy one. No, I'm just kidding. All right, you guys all have a good night. And did I say I was going to play this? Yeah, I'm going to play this Firmament Breach on the way out, and then I'm out of here. Thank you. And be kind to your neighbor. Buy him a coffee, something like that. Or just wave at him, make eye contact. Or like someone you don't normally talk to, say, hey, how you doing? Earth's flat. You get some good reactions from doing that. It's fun.
But the thing that's really important to revolutionize space is a rapidly reusable rocket. That's reliable too. So that's really what needs to happen. If that can be done, then the cost of access to orbit and beyond can be reduced by potentially a factor of 100 or more. So that's really what is most important about. It's got to be done by somebody's got to do this. And if you have rapid and complete reusability, then that opens up. That is the gateway to the heavens.
1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff. Vehicle is pitching downrange. maximum aerodynamic pressure.
We just passed through max Q.
Surprise, surprise. There's another video coming. It's called... Whoops. It is called Air, Sound, and Speed. I forgot I made this one, and this one is... There's some important, just some things to consider. Check this out. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation, and the firm foundations of the earth. I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds, which bear the earth and the firmament of the heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the path of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above. For on the first day he created the heavens which are above, and the earth, and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him, the angels of the presence, and the angels of sanctification, and the angels of the spirit of fire, and the angels of the spirit of the winds, and the angels of the spirit of the clouds, and of darkness, and of snow, and of hail, and of hoarfrost, and the angels of the voices, and of the thunder, and of the lightning, and the angels of the spirits of cold and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of autumn, and of summer, and of all the spirits of his creatures, which are in the heavens and on the earth. He created the abysses, and the darkness, eventide and night, and the light, dawn and day, which he hath prepared in the knowledge of his heart. According to many scriptures, there are angels of the winds, and they have certain things that they do. Just like the angels of the rain and the clouds, they govern the rain that falls on the earth. Whether you believe in angels or not, it's at least something to think about when we're talking about the winds, because of sound, the speed of sound, how if you go faster than sound can move through the air, a phenomenon happens that is only known about by doing this. A sonic boom is something that happens beneath the area where something is going supersonic. And when the shuttle, or in this day and age, Falcon 9 rockets come back into the Earth's atmosphere from being outside the Earth's atmosphere, there's a sonic boom. And the four winds are held by four angels, and this has something to do with the destruction mentioned in the book of Revelation. And after these things I saw four angels standing on the four corners of the earth, holding the four winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. And he cried with a loud voice to the four angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, Hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads.
All right, made it back. All right.
Holy mother.
Twin sonic booms heralding Atlantis' arrival at the Florida spaceport.
Was that a nipple? Don't like that, huh? What's that? Cool. Space shuttle.
4 minutes to touchdown.
Holy crap!
That was a space shuttle, Tina.
Yeah.
That was a space shuttle. Look at what I'm getting this. I'm getting this on camera. Look.
Unusual for this last landing, right, Greg?
There are, and as I mentioned, once we hear that boom, we always like to see it for ourselves with the naked eye. That's when we.
How's the sonic boom? Yeah. Much as Hollywood out here. But we're like, look at this trajectory. We're like right on top. You were exactly underneath it.
There are a lot of people who say that this rocket launching stuff is all fake. And there's several things that you hear about that. But there's some proof that some of this is not fake. And if we look at just videos taken of rockets launching, we can tell that they are moving faster than the speed of sound very shortly after the launch, and they keep going. You would only assume that they accelerate through that whole time that you can see them. and the sonic booms. We know of something that has been experienced probably all throughout time, and it's something called a meteor, or that's what we call it anyway. And that's where something comes into the atmosphere from outside of our world. And it very much makes the same sound as one of these rockets re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Let's compare the two.
What? Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Oh.
We actually see the same thing happening. We see visually the meteor come in, or the rocket come in, and both of them are moving faster than the sound can move through the air. So that's why we hear a sonic boom. And they're re-entering from outside of the Earth into the Earth, and they're going very fast. The only difference is the rockets have engines to arrest the velocity. So just like with the meteor, there is a sonic boom because it's moving faster than the sound can get to the ground. And sonic booms can be destructive.
Another series of booms hit, and at that point we seen the glass shatter out of the back of her truck.
Sonic booms causing destruction. The loud noises could be heard from Port Charlotte to Sanibel Island yesterday. They caused a lot of confusion about exactly what was going on, and as you can see, they also left behind some damage. 4 in Your Corner's Malcolm Johnson speaking with one man who's now looking at paying for a new rear view window after it shattered from the sound.
That's right, Amy. It's not every day that you hear about a sonic boom. So just to refresh everyone's memory, it's caused when planes surpass the speed of sound, causing a boom that can be felt down here on land. Today, I met a man who wants to know, now that the rear view of his truck is blown out, who's going to pay for it? If you've heard the loud booms over the last few days in Southwest Florida, you're not the only one wondering what it is.
Maybe it was a gunshot?
Nope, not a gunshot, but a sonic boom. The Key West Naval Air Station tells me by phone it's caused by jets flying overhead training on their way to the Gulf of Mexico.
Never seen anything like this from a sonic boom.
So after we have talked about this, let me read Enoch chapter 57 to you. And it came to pass after this that I saw another host of wagons and men riding thereon, and coming on the winds from the east and from the west to the south. And the noise of their wagons was heard. And when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it, and the pillars of the earth were moved from their place. And the sound thereof was heard from one end of heaven to the other in one day. So Enoch saw some men riding on wagons on the winds, and it was the noise from their wagons and turmoil that moved the pillars of the earth out of their place. And the sound was heard from one end of heaven to the other in one day. And in Enoch chapter 60, it says this: in the year 500, in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month, in the life of Enoch, in that parable I saw how a mighty quaking made the heaven of heavens to quake, and the host of the Most High and the angels, 1,000 thousands and 10,000 times 10,000, were disquieted with a great disquiet. And the head of days sat on the throne of his glory, and the angels and the righteous stood around him. And a great trembling seized me, and fear took hold of me, and my loins gave way, and dissolved were my reins, and I fell upon my face. And Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up, and when he had raised me up, my spirit returned. For I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the commotion, and the quaking of the heaven. In that book of Revelation, at the end of the world, Satan deceived the whole world. And one of the great signs and wonders that he did was make fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceive the world by doing that. Don't be deceived. Some trust in chariots, and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. They are brought down and fallen, but we are risen and stand upright. Save, Lord, let the King hear us when we call.